of Raw. This thing is absolutely massive. This episode of Raw, you don't even need me to tell you that it's a big show. You can see for yourself, this is a true road to WrestleMania episodes. This is an episode that has got bags of potential, serious potential. Let's go down and let's talk about why we're so excited. We're excited because Roman Reigns is on the show. So Roman Reigns is going to be on Raw. And obviously we don't get Roman all the time. We saw him 2 weeks ago. Last time we saw him was that line about, I'm going to bury you so deep you won't be alone anymore. You'll be with your deceased father, right? So that was the last time that we saw Roman. Obviously, everyone is expecting him to have some sort of comeback for that, because he was just shocked. He was shocked that CM Punk went that far. I don't know why. I think we all know CM Punk will go to those lengths. So, yes, this is going to be very interesting. What is Roman going to do? What is he going to say in response to what went down 2 weeks ago? As well as that, we've got AJ Lee against Bayley, which could be a WrestleMania match. It is for the Women's Intercontinental Championship. I think the last time AJ Lee was on Raw, she wore an I'm a Hugger shirt, a Bayley shirt, right? She was a big fan of Bayley back in the day and ever since. And she actually wore a Bayley shirt on Raw. Fast forward 11 years later, I think genuinely, if you asked AJ Lee, you can fight one person, who would it be? I think she would say Bayley. I think Bayley would be the choice. They might even have asked her, who would you like to face in your first Raw match? Because yeah, this is kind of straying into dream match territory. Bayley and AJ Lee. Bayley has spoken so many times about her love for AJ Lee, how influential AJ was to her, and how much she would love to get her into WWE and wrestle with her, and that is going to happen tonight. So I mean, this isn't just a title match. This isn't just AJ Lee's first Raw match in 11 years. This is AJ Lee versus Bayley, which has got a lot of history to it. So loving this, because we're going to find out who Brock Lesnar's WrestleMania challenge is. Now, you might remember about 3 weeks ago when this got announced, people were quite down on it because it felt like the segment when they brought Brock out really could have just been, an email, right? A lot of people were saying, well, that was a whole lot of nothing. I actually really liked that segment because it meant we could start speculating about who is going to answer the challenge. And we could start speculating about, will it be the first person that comes out? So, are we going to get Oba or LA Knight coming out tonight? Or are they going to have someone else come out and then Brock deals with them? And then we come back next week to see who's going to step up next week. Like, there's different ways that you could approach this. There's also been a couple of different names that have been mentioned, right? So obviously we know about LA Knight. We know that he has been mentioned as being Brock's opponent. But actually in recent times, it's kind of switched to Oba. I think a big reason for that is because the fans have been chanting for Oba. And so we find ourselves in a situation where it could be one of a couple of people. So, yeah, I'm really down for that. What is Brock going to be doing in potentially his last WrestleMania? What is that match going to be? So, another big segment. Then we got Stephanie Vaquer against Raquel Rodriguez. This is maybe a bit of a step down. Obviously, Stephanie's going to be taking on Liv at WrestleMania, so it does make sense. But maybe a bit of a step down from these segments. Then we've got Americano. I mean, I thought this was going to be going down at AAA. I'm sure originally it was announced as Americano, and then it became like a fatal four-way. But, we're getting it here now. So, the OG El Grande Americano against El Grande Americano, I am definitely down for that. Certainly coming off the back of their AAA match at the weekend, where we actually saw Ludwig and Los Americanos handcuffing OG Americano and actually handcuffing him to some railings, preventing him from getting the victory, and actually El Grande Ludwig version picking up that win, winning the Rey de Reyes, and getting a title opportunity. So, yes, that is obviously going to be interesting. I would imagine this will be the start of it rather than the end of it, though, because I think we're all expecting some sort of mask versus mask, like, you know, the loser reveals their identity type match. That doesn't seem to be this, but I'll still take this. And then we got Maxxine different. So, yes, that is Raw, and it looks very good. I am very excited, and it does very much feel like we are on the road to WrestleMania. Right, Melissa Coy, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Hope you're excited. Hope you are enjoying everything WWE are putting out at the moment. I know there's been criticism for this WrestleMania, but it definitely feels like it's heating up. Definitely feels like we're definitely getting some good stuff now. We've seen some really good promos. We saw that vicious beatdown on Friday, the heel turn for Randy Orton. Now we're going to be dealing with Brock. We've got Roman back on the show as well. Some good stuff going on. Harmon said, Daze, it's really upsetting that LA Knight won't be at Mania. I have no idea if he'll be at Mania. I'll be shocked if he doesn't make Mania. I mean, it might not be in a match against Brock, but even if that match doesn't happen, it could be that he finds a way onto the card. I mean, we've got 2 nights. Penta, I just did the unseen video. Within that is news about Penta. Penta rumored to be having a multi-man match. So no idea if LA Knight kind of finds his way into that. Obviously, LA Knight not in either of those world title pictures, but could it be a case that he maybe gets involved with Seth and does something with the Vision? I mean, we all know that Bronson destroyed LA Knight, putting him on the shelf for a little while. He could come back and go after the Vision. He could go after Penta's IC championship. I understand that this might not be what people were particularly looking for. I actually think the Brock Lesnar match was quite good for him, because even if he didn't win, if he could push Brock to the limit, if he could really make Brock like have to battle, it would really make LA Knight look like the real deal, even in defeat. You know, beating Brock Lesnar is hard. Just ask The Undertaker, right? If LA Knight could push Brock to the absolute limit and just fall short at the end, I don't think there'd be much shame in that. There are times where you can actually look really, really good in defeat. There are times where you can lose and still get, like, you know, momentum and improve your standing. So, yeah, I think that would have been a good spot for him. I was not down on the Brock LA Knight match. But yeah, obviously the fans want Oba. You can understand why the fans would want Oba, Brock. So we'll have to see what the alternative is for LA Knight. But I don't know that this means he just now completely misses out. I'm sure they could find somewhere else for him. Big Time said, Daze, LA Knight saying he doesn't stick around Gorilla because of WWE potentially recording for Unreal is telling. A lot of wrestlers don't like that show for many different reasons. Yeah. Humble Rumble said Stone Cold is retired. Connor said, have we heard that Randy Cody is apparently night 1? Yes. And Roman Punk is night 2. Edward said Texas Deathmatch was brutal. Connor said Stone Cold will still make an appearance tonight. Stone Cold has said that he's not going to be on the show tonight. But is he telling the truth? Can we believe that? I just said in Unseen, actually, that I think there is still a good chance. I think there's a good chance that he will be around. But I don't know. When Stone Cold says, no, I'm not, and then gives details as to why, I sort of do find myself going, he's probably telling the truth, you know. I mean, word was WWE were hoping to get him. there was no word that they had got him. And he, in an interview, I think it was earlier today, turned around and said, yeah, no, I'm not going to be there because I'm actually working on a car at the moment. I've got a big race coming up. And I have heard interviews where he said he has really got into racing. I think it's like dune buggy racing or something like this. And he's really got into it. So, you know, he seems to be suggesting he's got some big race coming up and he's kind of working towards that. I could believe him. That is the kind of thing I think he would much rather kind of spend his time on rather than come in and do, I don't know. I mean, the thing with Stone Cold is WWE will have him anytime he wants. It isn't like, oh, I better take this opportunity because I don't know when WWE might want me again. They want him all the time. He's one of their biggest ever stars. If they could have him at Chamber, Rumble, WrestleMania, like they would, yeah. When you are like just able to do what you want, you can kind of go to WWE, like The Rock. I mean, if The Rock turned around and went, I'm going to go to Raw, WWE would be like, oh my God, thank you. That would be amazing. Thank you so much. There's certain people that can just go whenever. I'd imagine Undertaker can go whenever. Stone Cold can go whenever. So it's one of those where if he genuinely does have something else that like he's really working towards, he genuinely might prioritize that over going to Raw this week because he knows he could always go next week, the week after, whenever. He can go whenever he wants. There's no urgency. It's not like he's waiting for the phone to call. So I can sort of believe that he won't be on the show and that he is going to be working on, you know, what he wants to work on. But again, it could be misdirection. It could be that he's saying these things just to catch us off guard and then bang, out he comes. And he comes walking out and it's a lovely surprise. It absolutely could be that. So we'll have to wait and see. We're still certainly no clarity. No, can't say anything with 100%. But I think if I'm a betting man, I'd probably be leaning towards I don't think he's going to be on the show. Connor said, what did you think about Ronda being at AEW? I didn't think anything, to be honest. I thought it was a pretty fun little thing for social media. It's going to get people talking. I don't hate Ronda. I know that there's reasons to hate Ronda. I don't find myself hating Ronda. I think she's legit. I mean, what she's done for women's sports and what she's done for bringing women into the UFC in particular, you know, she is genuinely someone that can look in the mirror and know that she has broken barriers down. You know, might not have respect for her now, might not respect what she did when she was in WWE, but Dana White has said if it wasn't for Ronda Rousey, women would not be competing in the UFC. Simple as that. And he did get interviewed, actually, before Ronda was in UFC, and he said, we will never have women in the UFC. He was dead against women fighting, didn't appeal, didn't see the commercial value of it. And it was only when he saw Ronda fight him, how good she was, and obviously how attractive she was, how marketable she was, he was like, I might have got this wrong. And so he got in touch with her, and in she came, and she was one of the very first women to actually sign with UFC. So, you know, she's a badass. She was a massive star. Probably her star power has waned a little bit now. But, yeah, I got respect for her for the barriers that she's broken down. I know a lot of people don't care for her, don't want to see her in WWE. That's fine. Now she's popped up in AEW. A lot of people are going to have opinions about it. Yeah. I don't really have one, to be honest with you. It's not a promotion that I engage with. So, all I know is that I have got a bit of time still for her. And it's just a real shame how it kind of played out in WWE. I hope they show some signs of the Asuka Io match, says Kenton. I hope rumors are true. Yeah, it would be great, wouldn't it? I'd be so down for Asuka Io at WrestleMania. Even the triple threat with Kairi being involved would be so much fun. So I'm totally with you. I'd love to see that match. Shining Wizard said Ronda's got an MMA match, so I can't see her having a wrestling match before then. Tracy said, I don't hate Ronda, but WWE Creative didn't give her the right situation. I think there's some real truth to that, Tracy. I mean, for me, Ronda is just an absolute no-brainer Paul Heyman girl. I mean, you'd imagine Heyman would be the one that would do the talking for her, and he would be the one that would... I mean, I could see them putting her on a pedestal, on a platform, in the ring, her standing there so she's taller than Heyman, and literally, in every sense, her being put on a pedestal, and Heyman just swooning about what she has achieved in her career. And, you know, how incredible she is and how lucky we are to have her in WWE and what a badass she is and all this kind of stuff. And make her like a Heyman girl. It's obviously very, very difficult because someone like Ronda, it's very hard to put her into NXT because she's such a big star. But, you know, really that's where she needed to go. She didn't have any professional wrestling skills. She only had the skills that were transferable from UFC, but they were paying her so much money and she was such a big star. It's kind of hard to put her into NXT for a period of time, which is what she would have needed. So they ran with her on the main roster. And yeah, I mean, it was she made mistakes. And, you know, I think Alexa got concussed. And I think there was frustration from her because her debut was really good at WrestleMania 34. And then, of course, the more we saw her, the more we saw she actually was not that level. She got so much praise for that debut. But again, just like most of those kind of celebrity-type matches, they do a great job of making them look good. And then when push comes to shove, you start to realize, oh, actually, no, they're not. She's not that level. And, you know, then, of course, the backlash came. And people saw that she couldn't really cut promos. People saw that she couldn't really work. And then, of course, the frustration came out. She then made comments. And, I mean, it just spiraled. Just got really bad. So, you know, it didn't work. I do agree. I think WWE could have done a much better job with her from a creative standpoint. I completely agree with you. But... oh, well, it's, you know, she's back. It's not WWE's issue anymore. Daze, what do we think about Unreal? It's a double-edged sword. I sense as a fan it's interesting, but I can understand if the wrestlers don't like feeling exploited. I like Unreal. I don't have an issue with Unreal. I think that as a fan, we always want to see more behind the scenes. The idea that this ruins the business is a bit crazy to me, considering the amount of rumors that we talk about and the amount of stuff that gets revealed in shoot interviews and things that get said in Chris Van Vliet and all this kind of stuff. So, I mean, we are talking about what's happening behind the scenes in real life. You know, what are the plans for WrestleMania? Apparently they want to do this match. Apparently, like, we talk all the time about what's going on behind the scenes. So the idea that the business is in any way protected in 2026 is just ludicrous. So the only thing really that we don't get is to actually see some of the stuff. We talk about it, but we don't necessarily get to see it. So Unreal just gives you an edited glimpse. Don't forget as well, there is word that some of the stuff in Unreal is not real. Some of the stuff in Real is actually scripted and is just done for that show. So it's hard to know exactly what you see, if it's real, if it isn't real. I mean, obviously, judging by LA Knight's comments, certainly feels like that was real. The feedback that he got from Triple H. And yeah, I could sort of understand him not loving it. I mean, to be honest, maybe the better solution would have been to have asked his permission to have used it. Not that I think WWE feel like they have to do that. But if they asked his permission to use it, maybe give him a bit of a bonus, right? As a result of here's some extra money for letting us use this clip. Maybe then he wouldn't feel the way that he feels about it. Perhaps he'd feel a bit more involved in the process. The point he was making was that he didn't even know he was being filmed. He knew they were filming. He just didn't know in that moment that he was being filmed. So I would say that there's probably some kinks that they need to work out. There's probably some permissions that it would be wise to get rather than just we're going to film everything and use what we want. But listen, this is potentially where we are now, you know, backstage and on the show, you are now being filmed. It's either being filmed and being shown on Raw and SmackDown or a PLE, or it's being filmed for a behind-the-scenes documentary, or it's like, you know, I wouldn't be shocked if they came out with like a little documentary for AJ Styles that could have backstage footage in it. Or you're being filmed for Unreal, or, you know, I mean, there's so many cameras around backstage. There's really not much room for privacy anymore. Just run very, very quickly to the changing room because I doubt they'll put cameras in there. So, yeah, it's one of those where I like Unreal. I don't really have an issue with it. I understand LA Knight's frustration, and maybe there's some teething troubles that still need to be worked out. We're still only on season 2. This is only like the second year of doing it. So there's probably some teething troubles that still need to be worked out. But, yeah, I would say no great drama, to be honest. Steve said, this is the exact 6-year anniversary of 316 Day. They started it in 2020, and it was going to be in my hometown, but then it got cancelled. We had tickets to go, and that was the first Raw from the PC. Steve, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Ronnie said, Daze, who from AEW could debut from AEW? I don't watch AEW, so I don't know, but... I mean, what I would say is, from what I've heard, there's a lot of hype around Takeshita. There's a lot of hype around Kyle Fletcher. Obviously, you've got a few others around. You know, I would take Tony Storm in a heartbeat. I'd welcome back Mercedes Moné as well. I mean, I'm sure there's loads, but I can't really give you a detailed breakdown because I do not watch it. So I don't know, I don't have like a ranking. I just know that whenever it comes to the bigger guys or bigger girls, WWE is always interested because it is hard to get like really good big guys, big girls. It's really hard. This is why they've got the Next in Line program. This is why they have to go and create their own athletes. This is why they have to, you know, try and bring through the likes of Obafemi. I mean, Obafemi was not on the indies. Obafemi came straight out of, I think, trying to be a football player and went to the PC not knowing anything about wrestling. And then they started working with him and, you know, here we are. And I think we can agree that it has worked very, very well. The same with Trick Williams. I believe he was it Atlanta that he was playing for? He, again, was not on the indies. The indie circuit seems to have a lot of mid-sized guys. So when they see someone like Powerhouse Hobbs, they're interested. When they see someone like Wardlow, they're interested. They're interested in size. I mean, size will always grab their interest because it's historically proven to be very marketable. So anyone that's on the bigger side will be of interest. But yeah, I mean, look, that roster, from what I know, is in a good place. The AEW one, there's lots of people I'm sure WWE would be interested in if they became available. Connor said, do we have Judgment Day on Raw tonight? Why they turned on Finn? Yes, they've been making a few comments throughout the week anyway as to why they turned on Finn. But Adam Pearce did reveal in his preview that we should be getting an answer from Judgment Day tonight. Uji said, will Ospreay neck injury back fighting? Dina, Uji, thank you. If Raquel almost wins tonight, maybe they'll continue a Raquel Liv angle, says our Bonk ID. That would be good. Do you know, Liv actually did an interview the other day where she said, if I was a fan, and I'm only saying this as a fan, but if I was a fan and I was paying money, the match I would want to see, and again, this is as a fan, is Liv Morgan against Raquel Rodriguez. That's what Liv was saying. I mean, yeah, it feels like that's going to be a direction, doesn't it? That feels like a feud that is coming down the road. So I'm not down on that. I just don't know if it's going to have the title involved. I mean, does Liv win the belt and then we do it for the belt? Or does Liv fall short at WrestleMania? Stephanie carries on. Maybe we do Liv Raquel over the summer, but there's no belt involved. Or saying that, I mean, who knows what Finn Balor's going to do? I mean, is Finn's feud going to be with just Dominic? Surely Finn wants revenge on JD. I mean, I can't imagine Finn is thrilled at the fact his very close friend, the Irish Ace, turned on him. Well, I can't see Finn being able to battle Dom and JD on his own. So that would mean that Finn is going to have to get some support. And there is a theory people have been tagging me in, which is how about the OG, Judgment Day, Rhea, Finn, Damian, going up against this new version of Judgment Day, JD, Dom, Liv. You know, we don't know what's going to happen with Roxanne. I mean, she's out injured at the moment. When she comes back, it's one of them, you know, everything's on fire when she comes back. I mean, she's going to have to make a choice as to where she's going to go. So, yeah, I mean, trying to fit in a Liv Raquel feud. I mean, maybe Raquel turns on Liv and Raquel goes with Finn, and perhaps that is another way we could get to this a split. So it's very interesting. Very interesting. Can't wait to see how it all plays. Nolly Mitch said, Daze, if you was booking, would you have Randy RKO or punt Cody's wife? That would be crazy. It's a good question because I would actually get Randy to drop the RKO. WWE, as we discussed on Friday night, have got a job now. We discussed on Saturday as well. No one is in any doubt about the challenge that WWE has now got. In fact, Dave Meltzer was speaking about that challenge. And the challenge is trying to get the fans to side with Cody. Now, you're not going to get 100%. No one's going to expect that. You're not going to get 90. You're not going to get 80. You might not get 70%. Closer to 60% support for Cody. Because I think the one thing WWE would like to try and avoid is to have Cody just booed out the building at WrestleMania, right? That's what they would like to avoid. And so the goal is going to be to try and get it 50-50. Now, Cody's got his fans. I know there's people out there that think Cody has no fans, but that's not true. Cody has got, good support. We see that in the arenas. It's not often that Cody comes out to boos. In fact, the reaction he got on Friday was very good. When he came down to the ring. It's just when it comes time to decide who am I going to cheer for, am I going to cheer for Cody or am I going to cheer for the other person? If the other person is Randy Orton, 25-year veteran, beloved, one of the most beloved superstars of all time, it's really difficult. And so we've got to think about how do we kind of present the two of them between now and WrestleMania to try and get as many people onto Cody's side. And so I was saying, I think, fans love RKO, so get rid of it. So maybe, with that being said, maybe he should go for the punt on Brandy. Perhaps he should go for that. How you actually do that, because I think the punt is more deadly than the RKO. The RKO you can hit and Brandy will be down for a bit. I don't expect any long-term damage from an RKO. The punt is different though. It's way more vicious, and anything to do with the head we know about, CTE and all that kind of stuff, right? So it would be much more vicious, which might not be a bad thing. But that takes a bit more booking. I think he can hit an RKO on Brandy, and it would be a pretty straightforward segment, right? Because you can hit an RKO on most people, and I think the fans sort of expect they'll be all right. Punt is different. I think you hit that punt and you hit it sweetly, and certainly on someone that's not an active wrestler. And that has got potential to do serious damage and then be out for a long time. So I I think the punt is the bigger thing. I think it's the more dramatic thing. I think it's the more controversial thing. But booking it would be a little bit trickier as well. Because you would want to get the full effect of it as well, you know? It couldn't just be a segment and then we move on. It would need to... I'm not saying that we would need to check in with her, but I'm wondering if, like, she would be in hospital. Would you get, like, footage of her in hospital? Like, would you... Like, how do you make it a big thing? How do you go as big with it as possible? So I think I would go punt. I would get the RKO away from Randy, and I would try my best to really not just show that one segment, but show the after effects of it as well, so that it really hits home, like the damage that was done. Right. Daze, this Raw is stacked, said AAA. From start to finish, it looks insane. It's got WrestleMania vibes, I agree. This could be the biggest Raw before WrestleMania. Why don't they make SmackDown like this? It's only the start and the end that's good there. Well, it's different writers, isn't it? They both have different writing teams, and they're both on different journeys as well. I mean, I think the disruption at the top end of the card has really hurt SmackDown, because I think they've been so focused on, are we doing Roman, Cody? Are we doing Drew, Cody? Are we doing Drew, Cody, Jacob? Are we doing Drew, Cody, Jacob, Randy? Are we doing Cody, Randy? And the thing is that has a knock-on effect to the rest of the card. So the top end being as messed up as what it's been means until you get that set in stone, you don't actually know what the rest of the card looks like, because what's Drew doing? What's Jacob doing? Right? Are they going to be in that match, or are they having a separate match? And so I feel like that has kind of messed up the rest of the card on the SmackDown side. Whereas if you look at just how plain sailing the top of the card has been for Raw, where Roman wins, goes after Punk, we get locked in very early, that's been a lot more stable, and that means that as a result we've kind of been able to spend our energy and our time kind of focusing more on the rest of the card. To be honest with you, even Liv and Stephanie has been straightforward. I know that Liv took a little bit of time to make her choice, but I think we all knew what that choice was going to be. They only stretched it out so that they could just get a few more weeks of content out of it, and also get Liv going over to SmackDown. But they knew internally that Liv Stephanie was the plan. So their top end of the card for both the men and the women's matches have been set in stone, going all the way back to the Rumble, right? They had both the Rumble winners, and they knew who those Rumble winners were going to choose. So again, you know, there's all that time and energy can go into other areas, and they can flesh out, you know, some other bits and bobs. They're also obviously very fortunate in that they've got Roman, and Roman's going after Punk. That helps. If we were going to do the Cody Roman match, then that means Roman would be focused on SmackDown. And anytime Roman is on the show, it's a big segment. So Roman is on the show tonight, it's going to be a big segment, just like when we saw 2 weeks ago. It was a big segment. And of course, they've got Brock. You know, Brock's not rocking up on SmackDown, he's on Raw. We've got that Brock Open Challenge. Going to be very interesting to see what comes out of that. Their mid-card, again, a lot more exciting. They've got Becky in the mid-card. I mean, Becky's arguably the greatest women's wrestler they've ever had. Obviously, Becky dropped that belt to AJ Lee. AJ Lee is a legend that we've not really seen much of, because she only came back last year. And so, you know, you look at their mid-card and then compare it to what we're doing on SmackDown. And what we're doing on SmackDown is nothing apart from Julia, maybe being around Tiffany and Chelsea. I mean, if you look at Bayley, AJ Lee, Becky Lynch, that's a lot stronger than Julia, Chelsea, and Tiffany. So I think star power is obviously a lot healthier on Raw. I think having the top end of the card has helped a lot. It means that you can focus on other areas, maybe make your show quite creative as a result. And yeah, I think SmackDown might also have been hurt a little bit by the 3 hours. I mean, Raw is what, 220, 230, SmackDown coming in at 3 hours. I think most people would agree, just can't book a show of that length. I think they've got it really well. They've booked it well with the 220 because it means you do 2 hours and then your 20 minutes at the end is your main event. We kind of tend to see that main event entrances just before we go into that third hour. So it means we've got 20 minutes for that main event. And it just works. It's really, I think the structure of it is very good. Some people have said in the past 2 hours feels a bit too tight because that last half an hour is the main event. So you get like an hour and a half. And of course, there's a lot of adverts, right? And so people have said that feels a bit tight. People have said that 3 hours feels a bit too long. Seems like WWE agree. And that's why Raw comes in at 220, 230. And that seems to be a bit of a sweet spot. That seems to be, pretty good for booking and structure. So there might be a little bit of something in that as well. So I think the honest answer is there's not just one thing. There's quite a bit that's at play as to why Raw feels like the more enjoyable show. And just take it. I wish that SmackDown could sort of get to these levels. Maybe the creative teams are better for Raw amongst those other things that we've said as well. So just be pleased that at least one show is firing. I mean, I enjoyed Raw 3 weeks ago. I know many others didn't. I really enjoyed Raw 2 weeks ago. I think I scored it 7.75. That was the one with Roman and Punk. Then last week, I think I gave it a 7. It did feel like it took us a bit of a step down. But it was still a 7. It was still a very good score. And looking at the preview for tonight, I feel very confident we're going to get another really good score. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm genuinely excited. I think I've made that point quite clear. I'm really looking forward to this one. Aaron, hello, my friends. Hope you are well. Said Daze, why are most matches weekly lacking on Raw and SmackDown? Ratings are okay. WWE with breaks on. Is it lack of house shows? Yeah, Aaron, shout out to you, buds. I think it is a lack of house shows, to be honest with you. I think that would be my first answer, is a lack of house shows, a lack of reps, and actually, getting those reps in. I think whenever we see like the Open Challenge, which has been a very regular thing, and, we put a good wrestler in that position, those Open Challenges have shown that it's not like WWE is just full of bad wrestlers. We have a lot of good wrestlers, and they've shown themselves to be good wrestlers, but the chemistry isn't quite there. The reps aren't quite there. I mean, if you're just wrestling once a month or, twice a month, that is so far removed from how it used to be. I mean, back in the day, it would be that you would work the TV show and then do at least 2 house shows at the weekend. So you'd be doing 3 matches a week. I mean, now you're lucky if you can do 3 matches a month. It's a big difference. So I do think it comes down to chemistry. I think it comes down to reps. I think it does come down to a bit of an experience as well, though, because WWE is actually, if you look at their roster, obviously we say goodbye to people. A lot of those people end up in AEW. Good talent that has gone, and we bring in that next wave from NXT. And, it's going to take them a time to get settled. Some people struggle to adjust and to adapt. So not everyone kind of hits the ground running, right? Some people do just get a little bit kind of lost. And so, there's maybe a little bit of that at play. As well as that, you've got people that have just got general inexperience. I mean, you would look at someone like Maxxine, which I hate picking on her, but when you've got someone that so obviously is not main roster ready or wasn't main roster ready, and you can make arguments as improved, but I mean, I would not say Maxxine now is a better performer than even a lot of the girls at the top end of NXT. I would say the likes of Sol Ruka, I mean, that's a no-brainer. No one can tell me Maxxine's better than Sol Ruka, right? I don't think anyone's going to tell me Maxxine is better than Lola Vice or Jada Parker or JC Jane. If I had to watch a Maxxine Dupri match or a JC Jane match, I'm watching JC Jane. So for me, it's not even that she's not main roster level. I don't even think she's top end of NXT level at the moment. So you kind of look at that and it's a bit of a head scratcher. And we've had, quite a few of her matches recently. We've been doing a lot of women's tag matches, but they're women that aren't used to being in tag teams. I mean, throughout like December, January, we were doing tag matches with, Lyra Bayley, Charlotte Alexa. These aren't long-term tag teams. These are, Lash and Nia. These are women that are trying to work out their tag chemistry because they've literally just been thrown together over the last few months. And so, it's one of those where that probably plays a part as well, right? And then you look at the likes of Trick Williams, who has only recently been called up, Ray Phoenix. I mean, not someone, an amazing talent, but not someone that's going to be getting matches on a weekly basis. You can just run down the card and, it's they've recently been called up, or they're in a tag team they're not used to, or they aren't getting TV matches or any kind of matches on a regular basis. Well, I think all of that kind of comes in to explain why the match quality is that sort of, I would say, at least 5 to 10% lower than it should be. We're not talking about these matches being disasters. So it is important to kind of stress that when we're having this conversation, it's not that we're saying that every WWE match is bad. We're not saying that. We're just saying that it feels a little muted. It feels a little subdued. It doesn't feel like I'm seeing like performers performing to the best of their ability. I feel like I'm watching a lot of wrestlers operate at about 80%. Something along those lines. I don't feel like my mind is not being blown. Let's put it that way. It's a lot of 3.25, 3.5 type matches out of 5, which might translate to about 6.5 to 7. So, yeah, for me, I feel like all of that we've just said is very much playing a part. Even Cody has come out and said they need the reps. Feels sorry for that young talent. How does Trick improve? How does Oba improve? Both of those were getting more matches in NXT because NXT do house shows. So in NXT, not only were they probably wrestling more on a weekly basis, certainly Oba, who's just having nothing squash matches. I mean, when it's time for Oba to have a proper serious lengthy match, I mean, it's going to have been a while since his last one, isn't it? I wouldn't be shocked if the lengthy Oba match we get is a bit underwhelming, because when was his last lengthy proper match? It's all well and good just doing squash matches on TV, but it would be very useful for him to be having lengthy matches on live events so that he could get the work in, So all of that, I think, is contributing factors. It is a bit of a concern. WWE are aware of it. We saw that report before. I've often wondered what the support is like when it comes to development on the main roster. If you're Trick Williams or you're Obafemi, who is giving you that feedback as to how your segment went? The producer will have a words, but who is working with you and showing you new things? You go from a culture of a lot of intense training because they do a lot of classes and a lot of work at the PC. You go from that to then all of a sudden a lot of intensive traveling. I mean, all of a sudden you got to travel around not just America but the world to get to these shows. And then, of course, you go in there and you're working with your producer and you're putting kind of the match together, but the amount of prep is nowhere near as great as when you're in NXT. So it feels to me like there's a real disconnect between how prepared people get for their matches and segments in NXT, how much time they get, how much focus they get, compared to when they get to the main roster. And it feels like you're a little bit left more to your own devices. It's like NXT, we're going to train you. Main roster, we expect you to kind of do it yourself now. And listen, if that's the deal, that's the deal. But I do think there could be better support up there. I actually think AJ Styles would be great in a role on the main roster where he supports that talent. So, you know, AJ can grab people that have just put on a bit of a flat match, right? Grab them and go, everything okay? Was you happy with that? Where was the issues, yeah? I mean, not only have you got the producer providing feedback, but don't forget they tend to, you know, maybe do another segment, another match. They can only give you so much focus. But, you know, where's that additional support? Where's that AJ Styles to grab you and go, should we work on some stuff? Was there something out there that you just didn't feel good about? Is there something else you want to bring into your arsenal? I mean, someone like Trick would benefit from that. Someone like Maxxine would benefit from that. A lot of people. Kiana James would benefit from that. How does Ivy Nile get better? How does Zoe Stark get better? Are you telling me they are fully formed, as good as they're ever going to be? No. Like, and without the regular house shows, how do they improve? So, yeah, there's a lot of questions I've got around that. A lot of questions I've got around that sort of support, training on the main roster. It doesn't feel strong enough to me. So, Aaron, shout out to you. I do think that it is a lack of house shows primarily, but there could be other elements at play as well. Calvin, hello. Let's see what plays out next with the Vision and Seth tonight, with the card being so stacked. Yeah, I will still see what plays out, definitely. There'll be some there. I mean, that's not a story they're going to just drop. It's too important. I mean, even with the injuries, we've still been progressing with it. So, yes, there will be another chapter to some degree, even if it's just a little backstage thing. But, yeah, I would still expect something here. We need to know what the plan is for Seth at Mania, of course. I'm not sure that they'll just put it off a week. I would expect something. Big Time said, considering how widely praised AEW pay-per-views are, I would imagine if we did scores, we would get many greats or all-times. Is heavily produced matches a problem? Perhaps they're too under the microscope. Well, I don't think so. I mean, I do think that WWE style is different from AEW style. I mean, AEW obviously get great wrestlers, and from like New Japan and the indie scene and everything. I mean, they don't tend to get people that they try to train up in-house like WWE do. I mean, don't forget, Tiffany has been trained in-house. And the problem with that is, I think she's sort of reached a point where she doesn't have anything else to show now. She doesn't have a bag of tricks to dig into. There is no bag, right? She's shown everything because she has shown you everything she has learned. So the thing with an Okada, an Omega, people like that, right? Even MJF, who came through MLW, is they've got all of this life experience, all this previous wrestling experience that they can dig into. Whereas there's a lot of talent in WWE that can't do that. There is a WWE style, if you will, which I wouldn't say handcuffs the talent. I mean, it's always been that way. You know, WWE is historically never been worried about trying to put on 5-star classic matches. It's always been more focused on the storytelling aspects. We've seen a bit of a shift, though, in recent times. I mean, AJ Styles coming in, Daniel Bryan coming in, you know, those kind of indie darlings coming in. Your Kevin Owenses, your Sami Zayns, Finn Balor coming in from New Japan. Like, you know, we've seen a bit more of a shift, I would say, over the last 12 years or so, where we're starting to see some of this really amazing. I mean, even Seth Rollins was Tyler Black on the indie scene. You know, I think maybe we can credit that to NXT. Maybe we can credit NXT with being a landing spot for that indie talent, where we bring them in, they come through, and, you know, they've got a bag of tricks they can dig into. They've got loads of ideas of things that they've seen or done that they would like to bring in. And so I feel like the WWE style has kind of just shifted a little bit. I mean, we are seeing great matches from the open challenges. You know, Ilya Dragunov, Gunther, Carmelo, all of these have plenty of work on the indie scene. So I feel like it would be disingenuous to sort of say that WWE's producing of the matches is diluting the work. I don't think that's true. I mean, everyone that works there wants to put on the best product possible. They're not trying to handcuff the talent. And even Cody has come out, as we said earlier, and said he feels that it's a lack of kind of house shows that's hurting the talent at the moment. So, and I think Bayley has also come out and said the same. So I think the feeling from the talent is that it is the things that we discussed. I can't say that I've heard even ex-WWE stars coming out blaming the producing. If there was a wealth of evidence where people were consistently saying that they were being handcuffed or watered down, and I'm not too worried about historically, I'm talking more in the past, 5 years or so, 10 years if you want, right? If there was a lot of that, then I think we could have a conversation. But I can't say that I've seen a lot of that dialogue. I can't say that I've seen wrestlers coming out saying that they were handcuffed. There's certain moves WWE don't allow for safety reasons, which maybe you can get away more with, but in AEW. But I don't think that's the difference maker when it comes to if a match is good or not. If you can do a vertebraker, I don't think that's anything of note. I think that for me, it's the stuff that we discussed more so. Is there the odd person struggling with adapting? Yeah, there could be. It could play a part on the fringes, but I wouldn't say that was the main reason, no. Good evening. I am hyped for Raw tonight, said Johns. I hope it's going to be a good show. Yeah, we're expecting one. My expectations are high for tonight, said Johns123. Aaron said, I'm saying because I tune into the breakdown and a lot of the scores are about the same. I said I would bring it up, says Aaron. Yeah. On, when was it? Friday, the scores were really bad. That's one of the worst scored shows that we have ever seen. Every match was good, 80-something%. Actually, I would just disagree when you say a lot of the scores were the same. I would actually argue that Friday's show was worse. I would argue that every match being good, 80-something% is bad. Normally we get like at least one match that's great. Normally the main event or the opening match is great. But for none of the matches to even be good 90-something% is bad, is really bad. So hence why when it came time to do the score, even with that amazing final segment, I think the show before that final segment was very, very underwhelming. Bordering on bad, actually. I think there was still just enough to stop it from being bad. Low end of acceptable is maybe where I was. And then, of course, we get that final segment, which I absolutely loved with Randy and Cody. And that really did kind of save the day. But even with that, I think my score was like 6-6-2-5. And many of your scores reflected that as well. A lot of people saying if it weren't for that final segment. So, but that's SmackDown, isn't it? I mean, we know that SmackDown's struggling. I mean, SmackDown consistently is just underwhelming at the moment. So they got to try and figure it out. It's not even just the match quality, it's everything, isn't it? Connor said, do we think that Brock Lesnar will more and likely open the show? Will Brock more than likely open the show? Haven't heard that he's opening the show. I would imagine they'll probably save him for later. I mean, a Brock segment's a big segment. I would imagine that the open might tie to the main event. Don't know. Tracy, shout out to you. Firing in some Wrestling Daze gifted memberships. Appreciate it, buds. Tracy, thank you. Very, very kind. We are still doing, by the way, just talking on the membership, we are still doing 3 streams at the moment. The reason for that is because the clocks change soon in the UK. And I think it's just going to be a bit confusing. Plus, we've got enough to get our teeth into. I did just put the post up for the Hall of Fame. So the Hall of Fame feedback is up. The other thing is I'm trying to get the daily unseens back as well. So I've kind of got enough on my plate at the moment without changing the members side. Plus, with the clocks changing in the UK soon, it just seems to make sense to just put that on pause for a week or two. But we're still going to do it. I still want to switch over to 5 times a week for the members. I'd like to do the half an hour before the streams. So half an hour before we start our Raw stream, half an hour before our NXT stream, half an hour before our SmackDown stream, and on Wednesdays and Thursdays as well, doing five times a week. So for the members, that is coming. But we're just having to wait a little bit on that. It just makes sense to just kind of see through the next couple of weeks as usual. So, but yeah, daily unseens are back. The Hall of Fame thing is up. I also updated our little thing at the top here as well. So I was a busy boy yesterday getting plenty of stuff done. So I think, in fact, I want to move that up a little bit because it looks like it's dropped down a little bit. But yeah, I was a busy boy yesterday getting a lot of stuff done. So it's kind of nice to start to, be getting back on top of stuff again. Mohammed, hello. Shout out to you. I hope you're well. Mohammed said, hope you are fine. Yes. What about Masked Man attacking Roman at WrestleMania? Okay. Helping Punk win. Okay. And then Punk reveals that he's the leader of the Vision. Easter egg, Heyman behind Punk at the Elimination Chamber. Okay, so Punk turning heel, becoming the leader of the Vision. I mean, I'm not against it. I suppose the only thing I would wonder is, we clearly like Bron Breakker. Bron turned on Seth because I think he was kind of done with taking orders from, someone. I think Bron, seems to me like he's ready to kind of break out and be that guy. That was certainly the story they were looking to go with. Obviously, we know their hand was forced because Seth got injured. So as a result, they had Bron Breakker take him out. But yeah, they kind of went with that vibe of Bron putting that group together. He went to Bronson and was like, are you with me? Went to Heyman and was like, are you with me? And so this does feel like it's Bron's group to me now. So for Punk to be revealed to be the new leader, that would just make me wonder, how's Bron going to react to that? What's the relationship between... It's not that would be a bad thing. It would just be something I would be needing some answers on. If this is Bron's group that he has put together, then has he played a part in bringing Punk in? Does he think Punk's going to fall in line? I mean, Punk's going to be the leader, isn't he? So does that mean Bron falls in line? That might be a bit difficult. So I don't know. I think that would be the question that would need to be answered if we were to go down that road. I mean, don't forget, pretty soon we will have Bron back and we will have Bronson back, and I think the Vision will look a lot healthier as a result. Bron is the one that they want to be getting behind and building. So, yeah, do we need an extra person coming in? I mean, if you bring Punk in, you would have Punk, Bron, Bronson, Theory, Logan, obviously Heyman around as well. I mean, that's 6 people, which is a pretty big group, isn't it? So you're going to struggle to find other groups for them to go up against because, I mean, I don't think there is anyone for them to really go up against with a group of that size. So these would just be the things that I think would need to be addressed. Connor said, do we think that Becky will probably get involved and also interfere in the AJ Lee Bayley match for the Women's Intercontinental Championship? I think there is a chance of that, yes. When it comes to that IC match, I'm not sure as to which way they go, because if you put the belt onto Bayley, she can then go off and defend in a multi-women's match or against Lyra, or, there's loads of things you can do. I'd love, I don't know what I would love. I was going to say a ladder match, but I would rather we do that for the women's tag teams. But if we don't do it for the women's tag teams, I'll take it for the women's IC, right? ladder match would be fine if they want to do a ladder match. I'd like a ladder match, right, at WrestleMania, because I think lots of those belts, be it the women's tag, be it the men's IC, be it the women's IC, I think a lot of those belts you could do as a ladder match. There's lots of challengers around, right? So you could take Bayley off with the belt. It leaves AJ and Becky to, you know, just carry on with their feud, which does not need the IC belt. The IC belt is just a passenger in this feud. It's not elevating either woman. Becky is not a bigger star because she's the IC champion, and neither is AJ Lee. Neither are helped by having the belt. That belt needs to be going around people that it will help. You know, that belt being on Lyra made a lot of sense. That belt being on a Kiana James, right? That belt being on some of these women that, you know, could really benefit from carrying it, like it would help them. I think I would move it away from this feud. I just don't think AJ or Becky need it personally. So if Becky was to get involved tonight and actually cost AJ Lee the way that AJ costs Becky, that would make sense from a storyline point of view. It'd move the title over in a different direction. AJ, Becky can then carry on with their feud and not have the belt involved. And honestly, that's probably how I would book it. It's probably the direction I would go, because it feels like win-win, really. I don't really see any downsides to that, apart from those people that, I don't know, want AJ to have a long run with the belt or something. I don't know. But yeah, I could definitely vibe with that. So will it happen? Who knows? I can't answer that. I don't know if WWE have that as the plan for tonight. There's no word as to whether AJ Becky at Mania will be for the IC title. There's no word on what they're doing for the women's IC at Mania at all. But yeah, that's the direction I would go. I think it just makes sense all round, doesn't it? Doc Holliday said, this is a stretch, okay? I've got Finn Balor hitting a steel chair on Seth style to opening that she needs to tag in Booker to hit the Dragon's Kiss on Liv and pin Liv for Stephanie to retain. So you think that he is going to hit Liv with a chair, that then costs Liv, Stephanie gets the victory. Is this at WrestleMania, is it? Is this at WrestleMania? I'd say it is a stretch. Finn, physically, I mean, he could trip her over. I think that feels a little more... WWE don't like the optics, and you can understand, like a guy smashing a chair into the back of a woman. They will do it occasionally, though. I mean, you know, Baron Corbin hit the, was it a Deep Six or End of Days on Becky? It's probably a little while ago now, but he did. And it was, got quite the reaction. So, I mean, there are times where WWE will do stuff between guys and girls where the guys come out on top. But normally, if it's something between a guy and a girl, it's the girl that's costing the guy low blowing, or like Liv and Cena, you know, at Survivor Series. So don't know if they'd want to go as far as the chair, but I don't think it's crazy to think that he comes down and trips her. I could see him tripping her over, and then Steph, or even just distracting and Liv like shouting at him like, go away, what are you doing here? Oh my God, I've just been rolled up, you know? I wouldn't say that's crazy. I'd say there's a possibility for that. Mohammed said the scenario would be that Punk replaces Seth and Braun still needs a mature leader. Well, I'm not sure. The Braun created that group, put that group together, claiming that he didn't need to take orders from Seth. He didn't need to stand in the background. So I don't think Braun feels that way, that he needs a leader. Obviously, they can pivot. You know, if they really want to bring him in, they could change the way that Braun looks at the situation. It could be that Braun's not happy with it at first, but Heyman convinces him. So, I mean, there is a way forwards, but I'm not sure that Braun would feel like he needs a leader. This can open to Roman and Seth to work against Punk, reference to their history, says Mohammed. Jesse said they should have Bayley as IC champion heading into WrestleMania because they screwed her last year. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. She did get screwed last year, and she repeatedly gets screwed because she quite often misses out on PLEs. I mean, at first it was like she was missing out on being on the posters, but now she just outright misses out on being on certain shows. I mean, was I right that I don't even think she was at SummerSlam? Got a feeling that she missed out on SummerSlam and WrestleMania. It is crazy, actually, how they treat Bayley. I mean, Bayley is one of the 4 horsewomen, and she's a brilliant wrestler. I mean, if you saw the work she did on Saturday in AAA, it was so good. That match with Flammer was so good. And you just kind of go, why don't they do this? It's a great question. Why don't they do this on the main roster? Why don't they, have her go out there, fire and fury? Flammer showed herself to be a fantastic competitor. I mean, considering they won't have worked together, they just hit the ground running. And Flammer just really, carrying a great pace, conditioning, cardio, absolutely fantastic. It was just great. It was just solid work that I would say was like a 4-star knocking on the door of a 4-2-5 type match. Really, really enjoyable stuff. And I'd love for tonight to be that, but I don't think AJ is going to be able to work as well as Flammer did because AJ's been out the picture for 11 years. So I don't know that she's going to be able to keep that kind of pace. Plus also, I still worry about AJ in regards to any sort of injury issues that, she might have, any sort of doubts about we can do this, we can't do that. I feel like there are some limitations around AJ because of the health situation, right? Whereas, man, it just felt like Bayley and Flammer were throwing everything at each other at the weekend. It was very, very good. So, yes, it is crazy how they treat Bayley, considering how they treat Becky and Charlotte, and the fact Bayley was part of that group, that 4 horsewomen group coming through at the same time, kind of, proving herself to be an equal in my mind. But the booking never seems to treat her as an equal. I mean, Charlotte's got, 14 world championships. Becky is, tripping over opportunities. And then you got Bayley that can't even get onto PLEs. So, yes, I'm in agreement. It would be nice if they did give her that IC title and she could go into WrestleMania as a champion. I agree. Joe, my God. Joe, I don't know if you just made a mistake, but Joe with an absolutely incredible donation, absolutely mind-blowing. Joe said, Bert, I just want to share some love. I've had a very successful year. Well, many congratulations, my friend. I hope to have one of them in the future. I wanted to show my appreciation for what you do. Even though my wife thinks you're handsome, we've spoke about this, Joe. She is correct. Brackets, I agree. It's always fun being here. You share that same passion for WWE. Get the damn chair, said Joe. Well, Joe, thank you, my friends. Again, talking about the chair was on sale, but it's unfortunately sold out when I went back to it. So the chair will be got. I am not asking for any donations towards the chair. The chair will be got at the earliest opportunity. Don't worry about that. No, Joe, I really do appreciate it. And such kind words as well, Joe. I really do appreciate it. And it is true. I think you make a really good point, actually, and it's one that's just worth mentioning because I do sometimes get people kind of contacting me on X or, DMs or whatever, and they are saying that they join us for these streams and they find that we can focus on the negative aspects too much. I don't get these comments all the time, but just occasionally I'll get some kind of comment along those lines. And I do think that that is a valid comment, because I do think that is something that we do focus on. I mean, we've just spent quite a bit of time talking about how the match quality isn't, where we would like it to be, and about how SmackDown is struggling, you know? So I think it is true that we do focus quite a bit on that side. I suppose the only thing I would say is a lot of it just comes from responding to the comments that I kind of get raised, you know. If people want to sing the praises of someone, then we can spend a bit of time singing someone's praises. But most of the time it's like, why are we struggling with this, or why is this not as good? I don't know why wrestling fans gravitate more towards that, but that is sort of the direction that wrestling fans tend to go. I suppose part of it is that you're never quite satisfied as a wrestling fan. It's never quite good enough, you know. It could be, hopefully, you know, if the shows were like 8 out of 10 every week, hopefully we wouldn't have much to say. But we know the shows are not that level, certainly not SmackDown. So people want to have the conversation about where's it going wrong, why is it going wrong, what would need to be looked at, and all that kind of stuff, so that we can get the shows to where we would like them to be. Maybe that gets a bit confused in, like, people start to wonder if we are even WWE fans, right? But the truth is, I would say we're the most hardcore WWE fans, because we're the WWE fans that stick here through rain and shine, you know? We're the WWE fans that don't leave. We're the WWE have to step away. We're the ones that are still sat here watching the product, supporting the product, talking about the product, giving the product oxygen. Because we love it, we want it to succeed, we want it to be the best version of itself. So I do think sometimes that can get a little bit confused, that we do focus on the areas of improvement quite a bit, because that's just where wrestling fans want to have a conversation more often than not. I suppose that it's not as entertaining as it to just sit here and talk about how this is amazing, that's amazing. You know, it's a lot more interesting to go, this feels like it sucks. So why does it feel like it sucks? And it's a more interesting conversation to explore that. But it is true, we are WWE fans. We do want it to be the best version of itself. And hopefully we've got a show tonight that can achieve exactly that. So, yes, Joe, you and me, we are passionate wrestling fans, WWE fans. Long may it continue, and hopefully not only this show but this WrestleMania season gives us what we're looking for. But Joe, I really appreciate it, but I really do. So kind. Joe's always joining us on a regular basis, always sharing thoughts and opinions, and it's great. Well, it's great. I mean, like, it's people like Joe that make this such an enjoyable place to hang out. And I mean that. I really don't ever click on these streams and go, oh my God, I can't do this today. I never, I mean, why would I? I never feel that way. I'm always looking forward to getting on the streams and chatting with you lot. So thank you, Joe, for making it a fun experience, not just for me, but for everyone. Really appreciate it. Sean said, Daze, when they finally show us the Cody Rhodes and Randy WrestleMania video package, they need to play I Will Love It and Hate It at the same time. When they show the Randy Cody WrestleMania video package, you're going to love it and hate it. Okay, how come, Sean? What are you going to love and hate about it? Tony says, do we think that the report that was said about WWE staff being surprised about Ronda's return, do we believe that? Yeah, because the report said not everyone was surprised. The report said that there was some in WWE that knew, but not many. So I think that, I mean, look, everyone talks. So we know that everyone in the companies are talking. You know, FTR, obviously great friends with a lot of people that came up in NXT who are now on the main roster. There's a lot of crossover if you think about people that used to be in WWE, people that used to be in AEW. People still talk. I mean, people talk. People are still friends. They still share information. So there's lots of crossover. So I believe that there was some in WWE. I would imagine at the top that were aware it was going to happen, but most did not know. But then I suppose I would question how many in AEW knew, because a surprise like Ronda did not leak. I didn't see that was going to happen, and I think they wanted maximum effect. So yeah, I would imagine that it was on a need-to-know basis. I would imagine that news probably did find its way to a few in WWE. I could believe a few did know. And I could believe the majority in WWE did not. But then I would say the exact same about AEW. I'd imagine a lot in AEW didn't know either, to prevent it from leaking out. Carl, hello. Shout out to you. Said AAA and WWE are doing their best. WWE should book Asuka versus Flammer, Oba and Rusev, and Vikingo and Lepaka. Oh, you'd like that as a fatal four-way, would you? Okay. Asuka Flammer, I'm down for. Flammer went so up in my estimation. Really high in my estimation. I so enjoyed Saturday. And actually, this weekend, I am looking to do it again. Every time we watch AAA, it is such an entertaining show. And I don't think this weekend is going to feel as essential, right? Again, I don't want to sit here and tell you a show looks exciting if it doesn't. I think the show this weekend for AAA looks okay. I think this is the one that potentially has got War Raiders on it. I think El Grande is going to get presented his sword that he won from the Raider Reyes, right? There's a few bits on there that look like, yeah, this could be okay. But I just, every time watch AAA, it's always a very enjoyable viewing experience. And actually, you look at Dominic Vikingo, which you lot said was just about as good as Bayley Flammer. I mean, the score-wise, you lot said all three matches we got at the weekend were great. And the Bayley Flammer one was like great 73%. Dominic Vikingo was like great 72%. I mean, there was nothing in it. That was the opening match and the main event. And then in the middle, we had the Raider Reyes, you lot said was like great 60-something. I mean, all three matches delivered. And so I don't really see a reason why this weekend will be any different. They just seem to be hitting a sweet spot. AAA, every time we watch it, it just delivers. So yes, I am really tempted to do that again this weekend. I think the appetite will be there for it, even if the card doesn't look quite as captivating. But I'm still very interested in doing it. So I don't want to 100% confirm that because I have not kind of looked into it. I just know that I really enjoyed Saturday and I'd be totally down for doing it again. Yeah. Mark, shout out to you, my friend. Let's go to Mark's. Oh no, that says timeout. I don't want to time out, Mark. I wanted to go to your channel and hit subscribe. Mark, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. I just subbed to your channel. Mark says, I've not yet had a successful year. Welcome to my club, bud. And my wife thinks that you're more funny than handsome. Well, she's probably right as well, to be honest, Mark. Guys, can I just say, whatever this trend is of sending in super chats to firing compliments, this might be my favorite trend that's ever actually happened on the channel. So if we want to keep that going, that's absolutely fine. I don't know how we've landed up in this spot, but sign me up for it. I always enjoy the community and your commentary, and I'm looking forward to the chair and the headphone. It's going to be a big day. It's going to be a really big day. I can tell you, I can give you the latest, Mark. Both of those things are knackered at the moment. Not in good shape at all, but change is on the horizon. So Mark, I really do appreciate it. Let your wife know that I agree with her. I would say I'm probably more funny than handsome, but I am really handsome as well. So there's a lot of good things going for me at the moment, and I'm glad that your wife can see that. So Mark, thank you, my friends. I appreciate, guys, if you want to fire in super chats and send in more compliments, I just don't worry about embarrassing me. Yeah, that's all you need to know. You know, it'll be fine. I can deal with it. Yeah, I might blush a little bit, but it'll be okay. So, Mark, thank you, my friends. Okay, P. Gad said, if I had a girl, she would definitely think you're handsome and jacked. P-Gads, you're in the right place, buds. This does seem to be... there does seem to be some sort of crazy thing going around at the moment that's making people firing. This is not the kind of thing we've normally encountered. Normally, the chat and the community has been absolutely horrific to me. So I knew this day would come, you know. It's took just over 10 years, but we are there now, seemingly. It's a very, very exciting development. Radiated Zombie said, I wonder if Roxanne's going to return soon. And if she has got a role at Mania, maybe she costs Liv against Stephanie. Well, she just missed time, didn't she? Because she had some sort of growth on her back, right? Which she said, you know, was not cancerous or anything like that, which was great news. But she still got it removed, of course. So she is out with that at the moment. But it shouldn't be that she's out too long. So, yes. Yeah, she's going to have to make a choice, isn't she? She's going to have to decide which direction to go. Is she going to go with Finn? Is she going to stay with Judgment Day? It does feel like 3 women is a lot, though. 3 women is a lot, right? Just from my life experience, I can tell you that. But hard to juggle. But yeah, Roxanne, Liv, and Raquel all being in that. I mean, they outnumber the guys at the moment, so... I wouldn't be shocked if one of them has to kind of come out, be that Raquel, be that Roxanne. Probably one of those more so than Liv. But there is that theory, isn't there, that Dom's going to run off with Stephanie at WrestleMania. It's not set in stone, but it is just a theory. And if it did go that way, then that might be how Liv actually comes out of Judgment Day. So, I don't know, man. It's hard to know which way they're going to go. I think they've got a lot of options open to them. Word Life Cena fan said, Daze, here's a public service announcement for WrestleCon in Vegas for Sunday, April 19th. It's free to get in. All the other days are $41. Word Life Cena fan, thank you. I wonder why. Is it because no one's there on the Sunday? They charge you money on the other days because there's wrestlers there. On the Sunday, no one's there. But it's, you know, plus side is it's free to go. So I wonder why it's free on the Sunday. But yes, if anyone is going, there's plenty of activities to do during WrestleMania week. Daze, as a booker, would we think it's bad if creative watch streamers like you and JD just to gauge temperature? Because we are also their demo, and we might not always agree, but our views are valid, said Ronnie. To be honest, I think, you know, certainly don't think my opinions, but I would say no one's opinions particularly are more valid than anyone else's, right? Of course, you can make an argument that someone that's just maybe come out of WWE that's got, you know, some points to make might have some really valid points because they've been in the machine. So they are looking at it from an employee's point of view. They'll know if they didn't feel supported or if they tried to provide feedback and that feedback was just falling on deaf ears. And, you know, I mean, I don't want to say everyone's opinion is equal because there might be examples like that. But you get my point. That no, I don't think WWE need to watch this stream or JD stream or anything like that. I do think they need to be aware of the general consensus, right? They need to be aware of general feeling amongst the IWC. And I would imagine that they are. I mean, word came out today that there's apparently some people at the head offices whose job it is to watch AEW. I would imagine that they also have to watch TNA, New Japan, MLW, All Japan. I mean, I can't imagine that they are exclusively watching AEW. I mean, how would you make a job of that? You know, I mean, there's other programming that they could watch as well. But the idea that there's some people at head offices just keeping an eye on what rival promotions are doing, I don't think that's crazy, right? I mean, actually, Howard Finkel, as we said, used to do the Fink Report. And the Fink Report was, he would get up early and he would look at The Observer, he would look at PW Insider, he'd look at what was being spoken about online. He'd kind of gather all this information together and he'd put it into a report called the Fink Report and he'd give it to Vince. And he would do that, I think, every day. And the Think report was just a one sheet. This is what you need to know is going on in the industry, right? Howard Finkel kind of did that, I believe, sort of off his own back. And so he was doing that. I don't think it's crazy to think that in 2026 that has sort of grown a little bit. And now we've got a few people looking at different promotions, pulling information together, maybe even looking online. Yeah, maybe even looking and gauging, you know, where we are. Don't forget the kind of numbers they've got, though, are very impressive. They're going to have video views. They're going to have Google Trend searches. They're going to have lots of data that's going to tell them who's hot, who's cooling, where the perception is. I don't think someone from WWE particularly needs to jump into this stream or a JD stream or any stream to kind of try and understand what's going on. I think they should already have a good awareness as to what's going on and what's being received. You could even just sit, couldn't you, during the show and just go WWE Raw, hashtag WWE Raw, put that into X, and then just watch as everyone's comments come through live reacting on X, as everyone's comments come through, as each segment plays out, and you could just read all these comments that are coming through. So loads of different places. You could go onto Facebook, you could go onto, you know, a stream, YouTube, you could go on to loads of different places to see kind of that live reaction, what people's thoughts are and kind of what's coming through. So I think you make a good point. I think there definitely is something to it. I think there should be an awareness of what people are saying. I don't think it needs to be any one person in particular, but I would imagine WWE are aware of those things. I don't think they live in a bubble. I'll tell you something, right, that I don't think wrestling fans really take into consideration, right? I think wrestling fans tend to be under the mindset that WWE lives in this bubble and is really disconnected, and they just book for themselves and they push Cody because Triple H loves Cody and so he's going to push him regardless. That notion to me is so stupid. Like, I could not be further away from that mindset. And every time I go on X, I feel like there's a lot of people that have that mindset. And I really push back on that. I disagree with it. And the reason why is because, like, WWE is a business that wants to obviously kind of put on the best product possible. I mean, they're bringing in like loads of different people. Like, if they can get anyone as a surprise, they'll try and get them. Like, they're just trying to put smiles on faces, as Stephanie has said in the past. And so they are spending a lot of money. They are a multi-billion-dollar company. Like, for them to continue and thrive, they need ratings, they need ticket sales. Like, this is the lifeblood. They need merch sales. It's just not in their best interest to cut themselves off from their fan base or to really get behind someone that the fans just don't want. I mean, if it feels like the fans don't want that person, then that says to me that you're looking at it from one perspective, whereas there's probably another perspective which shows that fans do want that person. So, you know, where you've got people going, people don't want Cody, no one wants Cody. It's like, that's not true. I mean, whenever you see that online, people go, no one wants Cody. You're like, what are you on about? How can you say no one wants Cody? I like Cody. Well, I'm one person, right? But not only that, the guy pops up in like the top selling merch lists all the time, right? Not only that, but when you look at Google searches and Google trends, he does really, really well, right? There are definitely numbers that say he is one of their top guys. But when you look on certain accounts online, you get this, no one wants this guy. No, you don't want this guy. You're talking about yourself, and you're talking about the other people that you see in your bubble. Your bubble. You're the one in a bubble. You're the one that has surrounded yourself with people that have the same opinion. You're the one that's only seeing your opinion being reflected to you, because we know that's how social media can work, right? And I'm not even just talking about Cody. I'm talking about the same when Cena was on top. I'm talking about Roman. You know, this thing applies all over the board. So for me, I really push back on this notion that WWE are booking for themselves. They're not aware of what the fan base is saying. Like, they have got so many metrics, so many numbers that kind of tell them what fans are looking for. But the truth is, none of those metrics, none of those numbers are going to please 100%. And that's not just for WWE. That's going to be true for AEW. That's going to be true for TNA. It's going to be true straight across the board. Like, there is no wrestler that enjoys 100% support. Every wrestler has got their fans and their detractors. So WWE is having to try and navigate its way forward the best way it thinks it can, right? Now, whether it's reading that data correctly or not, whether it's too far behind the curve, perhaps it's looking at data from a 6-month period at the end of last year, not where we are right now, that might be providing a slightly different picture. I mean, all of these things I think are way more interesting conversations, because I think that more reflects what is actually happening, more so than they don't know what they're doing, they're idiots. I mean, Triple H has been in wrestling pretty much his whole life. He's booked NXT during Black and Gold. He's been Vince's right-hand man. He knows more about what goes on in wrestling than pretty much any one of us, right? Or maybe even all of us put together. The idea that he's an idiot that hasn't got a clue what's going on, that's just a bit crazy to me. Like, he's not an idiot. He might not be nailing it, and he might not be getting things quite right, and there might be good reasons for that. But you kind of look online, and some of the dialogue just feels very far removed from, I think, what reality actually is. So I think it's a really interesting conversation. Should they look and see what we're saying? I think they know what's being said. I think that they are looking at the feedback that's coming in. Whether it is here and now, or, something a little bit bigger picture, or, how they actually do it from a specific point of view. I don't have that information, but I know it's not a case that they're just sat, in a room, just completely ignoring everything. So good, that, Ronnie. I like that. Really, really interesting. That might have got a few thoughts flying. Joe said, I think I've totally just started something here. Joe, you've started the greatest trend in the history of this channel. And I'd like to thank you again for that, Joe. So you're welcome here anytime. Nick said, I think you're awesome, no matter what Tommy says. That's true. That's true. Or his girlfriends. She's a nightmare. So, Nick, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your support. It is true. I do have to withstand some bullying on a Thursday night. Tony said, Baby Barry could take you in the looks. That's probably true. And the humour. His fart jokes are on point. Well, to be honest, Tony, you have not experienced my fart jokes. So let's not get too carried away. Let's not go saying that I can't, go toe-to-toe with Baby Barry on the fart joke front. But I understand your point all the same. So, Tony, thank you, my friend. And shout out to Baby Barry. And David said, I think Royce Keys' new name could be Peanut Butter Cup for Mania. It's cute. Did you see that someone did a bit of a meme? Jelly Roll and Royce Keys together could be Rolls Royce, which I thought was just pretty fun. Pretty fun team name. Rolls Royce for Jelly Roll and Royce Keys. So, yes, I'm still not sold on them as a team. I mean, to be honest, that whole match just doesn't interest me at all. So they can do that, and I'll watch it, and I might get something out of it, right? I mean, it'll be interesting to see just Royce Keys in action, if anything else. But, oh, God, of all the matches on the WrestleMania card, that one feels like the biggest mess with Royce Keys, who's never had a match on Raw or SmackDown. Jelly Roll, who's obviously a celebrity. Miz does provide the experience, so that's good. Kit Wilson, he's over though, isn't he? I mean, the fans do like him. The fans won't be down on him, but it is weird. That is such a let's chuck all these people into a match and just see what happens type situation. Does that scream pre-show to anyone else? Because it screams pre-show to me. That thing screams flipping countdown show, you know? And we'll just watch this mess of a match right before we get to the real deal. So it'll be very interesting to see what kind of comes out of all of that. And David said, I prefer peanut butter and jelly. Ah, very nice. Peanut butter and jelly. That would be a lovely little combo. Goes very well together. I'm not sure I can see them changing his name to Peanut Butter, though, to be honest. But I wish they would. I love Miz. His wife is awesome. I love Maurice, says Metal Mama. Ramona says, I'm sorry. Ramona, shout out to you. Sean said, I think it's time that we agree that Paul Heyman is aligning himself with Seth wasn't a good decision. There was no chemistry, said Sean. Well, yeah, I mean, I think they got the dynamic. It's weird. I don't think they invested enough in the group, which is weird when you think about how prominent they were. But we keep saying, and we said for the Bloodline, what made the Bloodline work for me is seeing the interactions between the wrestlers. And do you remember when we saw AJ Lee backstage with Kyrie and the other week, and we were like, yes, more of that, right? More of that. Like, we should see wrestlers, even from different stories, sort of interacting. Because I think it just fleshes out that world, rather than it just feeling like all these isolated stories and segments. You know, we know they're all sharing the same space. So actually seeing more interactions and people giving people advice, and maybe it's good advice, maybe it's bad advice, like, that's kind of interesting. And I think certainly with the Bloodline, we saw Jimmy and his relationship with Sammy, Jay with a very different relationship with Sammy. That then meant we didn't know what Roman's relationship with Sammy was going to be. Heyman, obviously, with Roman is just one of absolute worship. Heyman with the Usos, little bit different, right? Little bit different. Heyman with Sammy, even more different. And actually looking at all these different relationships and these little looks, which then you knew what they were trying to communicate, didn't even need to say any words, but just a little look over there, you knew that, oh, he doesn't like him, or he's suspicious of him, and this is the reason why. And it just fleshed it all out, and everything just felt a lot more like it had character depth, and, you know, you could understand the relationships, and that meant when people didn't tag someone during a match, you kind of knew the backstory to it, and you could really dig into other things, like, you know, that can lead to that can go to there. It was exciting. But the thing with the Vision, we didn't do any of that backstage work. We would just literally bring them out on the show, they would cut their promos, and they were gone again. I mean, rarely would you get, like, backstage stuff. In fact, until Logan joined, we didn't really do much backstage stuff at all. We did start to see improvement in 2026 in that regard. But for me, when did they get together? I mean, it was literally the show after WrestleMania, so that would have still been April. So May, June, July, you know, that summer going into SummerSlam, and then even coming out of SummerSlam, probably all the way to when Seth got kicked out the group. So much missed opportunity to really give that character depth, really dig into those relationships. And it's all stuff we said last year. This isn't like anything new that we're saying. Many of you will have heard us saying this before. But I think this is why, for me, I don't know that it's quite correct that the chemistry between Heyman and Seth wasn't right. I think I would probably more say it was the fact that we didn't do the work that was required. And I do find that to be a consistent criticism, actually, about where we are with creative. It often feels like we didn't do the work that was required. Look at the lantern right now. We haven't said anything about the lantern, nothing about the lantern. Then all of a sudden, it's a massive deal that it's been stolen. I know that's Wyatt property, but now they're trying to make out like the Wyatts can't even operate properly without the lantern. And there's just no evidence of that. We haven't done any work for that. But apparently this is a story we're just trying to make now. Please go with it, right? Even though we haven't done anything in preparation for this, please go with it. You could say the exact same about the friendship bracelet. That friendship bracelet came out of nowhere when it was stolen by Drew. Please just believe that it's important, right? Even though this might be the first time you're ever seeing it. Just please, let's just go with it. Maxxine is Intercontinental Champion now, yeah? Does she deserve it? Have we done anything to build to that level? No, but just go with it. Please just go with it, right? The Wyatt Six, digging into that group, have we fleshed them out at all since Nightbird? No, we have not. The Vision, did we do the work required there? No, we did not. Jade's being like, you know, the women's champion. You know, did we do good work in like getting her ready for that level? Does she feel like she's that level? Should she have gone in the mid card first? Probably. Should she have gone to NXT first? Probably. Did we do the work that was required? No, we did not. And it's just, I don't know, throw examples out, because again and again and again and again and again and again, you can quite easily find examples where we didn't do the work required before we actually pulled the trigger and tried to tell the story that we tried to tell. And for me, that would be the Vision. That would be my criticism of them last year, was that we weren't doing the work that was required when that group started. And then when he gets kicked out, you know, it's kind of felt a bit like a relief, really. I don't know about you, but I do not mourn the fact that Seth is not in that group anymore. It's not like, oh man, that group's ruined now, Seth's not with them. I don't feel that at all. Because we just didn't really do the work that was required. So the hope is that when we do get Bronson and Bron back, we can do that work, and we can obviously make them a more credible group. And, you know, hopefully Seth can go off and do something more exciting. I think Seth will be disappointed. I think he will have just seen Roman do the bloodline, and I think this was his bloodline. I think this was his opportunity to have that title run and have that group, and this be a real big moment in his career. This, you know, we see people go into the Hall of Fame for their group work and then as a solo star. Like, think about how Ric Flair went in as a Four Horseman, but he also went in as a solo star, right? I could genuinely believe Seth thinking, I could go into the Hall of Fame with the Vision. You know, Bron Breakker, Bronson Reed, Paul Heyman. You know, if we can make this thing as big as the Bloodline, if we can do something similar, and I'm as good as Roman Reigns, so I can definitely do that. And Heyman is, you know, as good as the Heyman that Roman had. And I think that Braun and Bronson have got as much potential as the Usos. I mean, yeah, why can't this work? You could probably understand that he had real high hope for this thing. This was going to be a key moment in his career, and it ended, came crashing down due to injury. And now, you know, all of that's gone. This is one of those things that as you build into WrestleMania 41, knowing what the plan is, knowing that this group is going to start afterwards, because they didn't just tell him the day of Raw after WrestleMania. He would have known going in, right, you're going to win at Mania. We're going to give you Heyman. Next night on Raw, we're going to start the group. He will have known that going into WrestleMania. Imagine how exciting it is sitting on that news. Imagine how exciting it is knowing that all of that is in your future. And it just all came crashing down. So, very frustrating. I'd imagine he was so excited. You know, that's the kind of thing where if I was Seth, I'd be like, oh my God, right, what's the graphics gonna look like? What's the ring gear gonna look like? What's my relationship with Heyman? Are we gonna tease When do we start teasing any sort of dissension? Every group splits eventually, but when do we start doing that? What's the vibe between me and Braun? Will one of the others be jealous? Maybe I'm giving all my attention to Braun. Bronson gets jealous. Maybe we tease a new member coming in. Who are we going to feud with? You know, will there be some sort of catchphrase? Do we come through the crowd? Probably not. Jay's doing that. Might feel a bit Shield-esque. So what would the alternative to that be? And you know, you'd have all of these thoughts. And then, you know, it's gone the way it's gone and he's out the group now. So I would imagine he's disappointed. Hopefully, whatever they've got planned for him next, he can, you know, get his teeth into that. I'd love for Seth to have like a real good run. I really want to just move away from the Visionary, to be honest. I'm really not a fan of it. You know, the kind of outlandish clothes and the song. It's just not my favorite Seth phase. I much prefer when he was in the Shields. I much prefer when he was the Architect. I much prefer when he was Monday Night Rollins. It's probably better than the Messiah, but yeah, no, this is not one of my favorite Seth periods. So, whatever he's going to return with, I hope it's going to be good. Fightful have reported that Royce Keys was adamant that he go straight to the main roster and not NXT. They said that Penta and Phoenix wanted the same thing. So it looks like it's just part of the negotiation process now, says Steve. I could believe that. I think it's a real shame, though, and I think someone like Royce Keys should go to NXT. I also do wonder why WWE should find themselves over such a barrel. I mean, is Royce Keys such an unmissable target where you're going to get strong-armed into having to agree to whatever he wants? I don't know. I mean, Royce Keys to me is like someone you take a chance on. Do you know what I mean? Like, if he re-signed with AEW, it wouldn't be a disaster. It wouldn't be a problem. So if you want to come and work for us, then that's fine. We'll pay you a good wage, of course. But I don't really get this. You're going to tell me where you're going to go. You know? If I was WWE, I'd be like, do you know what? Thanks, but I'm all right. I'm all right. I mean, when it comes to the business world, I mean, you sort of surely know the value of people. I mean, he's got no star power. Came out to no reaction at the Royal Rumble. I mean, we've got to build him up. It's not like we're bringing in some massive name. So, yeah, I mean, look, there probably is some truth to that. I don't think it helps him. And because I think he would benefit from going through the NXT system for a little bit. And I don't know, if I was WWE, I wouldn't be crazy about it. But of course, that's part of the negotiation stage. They must have been okay with it because they still ended up signing him. So, you know, it's part of the dance, isn't it? I'm sure there's lots of stuff that goes on in negotiations that you'd be like, I'm not crazy about this conversation, you know? I'm sure there's loads that happen. So they agreed to it. So, you know, they've made their bed on that one. They'll just, you know, have to do whatever they can with him. But it is a head scratcher. He would have gone to NXT in my world. But, well, again, we never have the full picture, do we? I mean, I have no idea what the plans for him were. In fact, it wasn't there a conversation about if Jericho comes in and they use him as like a Jericho bodyguard, that would be really good. And, you know, you could have a little bit of like these outsider vibes, you know, both of these guys coming in from AEW. Obviously, we're a lot smarter now. We know they're not invading, but you could just, there's a little bit you could play around with there. All of a sudden, him being on the main roster makes a lot more sense because he's Jericho's bodyguard and actually they come as a package deal. And all of a sudden then I'd be like, okay, yep. No problem with that whatsoever. So again, we're never operating with the full picture, but yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that he said he didn't want to go to NXT. David said, should we make the women's IC title a 24/7 belt? No. 24/7 belt is a gimmick. And the thing with that 24/7 belt is it kind of loses value because obviously it means it can change hands very quickly and easily. And so it changes on a regular basis. I mean, and that's natural, isn't it? If you've got a belt that can be defended at any time of the day, it would change hands a lot. But the problem is, all of a sudden, people just start going, not bothered. I remember being quite excited for it because I thought, well, this is great for the channel because it's probably going to change hands away from the shows. So that's brilliant because when there's a 24/7 title change, obviously there's a video to be made. Like, guys, big news, new 24/7 champion. It happened here. Here's the footage. WWE have just put this out and it would give us something to talk about, blah, 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 blah. Very, very quickly, that 24/7 belt lost all interest. People just weren't bothered. It just completely got devalued. And it just changed hands on a regular basis. Everyone was like, don't care. And so all of a sudden, there just wasn't really a need for the videos. If I made a video on it, people would be like, why are we talking about this? It changed last week, the week before, changed twice on Thursday. Like, and you go, yeah, okay. So, yeah, from a prestige point of view, that doesn't really work. David said, Jericho, no abs, could be Ralphus 2000. David, thank you. Hope you're well. Hope you're excited for the show. And Gaius said, why not Daze? You deserve it. I know you're a Becky believer listening from your... Oh, I am a Becky believer, yes. Gaius Kern, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate the kind support. I did see that it just sort of slipped past, but we got to it. Yeah, I am a Becky believer. It's funny, actually, because Cena Fan sent me a little fun thing, which was a tournament of women's wrestlers, and I actually recorded it as a short. It hasn't gone out yet. It might go out in the future, but I recorded it as a little short because I thought, well, that's a fun thing. That person or that person who goes through, that person or that person who goes through. And it was all these women, and it was who's the best women's wrestler. And a spoiler, Becky ended up winning. So she won the whole thing. Had AJ and Asuka and all these people in. But I think the thing with Becky is you look at her in-ring work, and she's had some of the best matches in the women's division over the past 5-10 years, right? So I feel like from an in-ring perspective, she's right up there. You know, I can name loads, like her feud with Charlotte, her matches with Bianca, her match with Bianca, for example, at SummerSlam 2022, but her matches with Charlotte, and obviously how kind of personal they were. But, you know, her work with Rhea as well. She's kind of faced like quite a few people, different opponents, put on some really great matches. Really, you know, enjoyed her work. So in ring, yes. Promo wise, she's got a very specific promo style. Right now, it's a very sort of fun, humorous, Trump-esque kind of style where she's got nicknames for people and she praises herself. She's the greatest to ever do it. It's not just her saying it, blah, 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 which is really entertaining. You know, if there's a Becky segment where she's doing a promo, I will look forward to it. Some people might question the delivery or the fact she goes OTT or something along those lines. I think there is some valid criticism in there. I wouldn't say she hits the bullseye every single time with her tone or, you know, the fact she goes too overly dramatic sometimes. But the thing with pro wrestling is it's always better to go OTT than UTT. It's better to go over the top than under the top. So, you know, it's better to be like overly exaggerated than too small. So her going too big and maybe going too far, I can sort of live with much more than if she just didn't even, you know, go that big. So yeah, I do enjoy her work. I'm really enjoying her promos. I'm enjoying her current character. I enjoyed the man character, Big Time Bex. Obviously, when she was doing the steampunk stuff, it was not hitting much. But people could see that there was a star there and they wanted her to get opportunity. And the fans like really grew in their support of her. And, you know, she had that breakout moment at SummerSlam. I want to say that was, what, SummerSlam 2018, was it? Where she had that breakout moment. And it was from there that, you know, she became the man and she really stood up for herself, changed the gimmick. And, yeah, I mean, it was that Survivor Series, or the build to that Survivor Series, where she busts her nose. And it's the build to that Survivor Series that really makes her. And then, of course, we get to main event of WrestleMania, whatever. It was, yeah, great. All of that. Lovely. Maybe her star started to just decline a little at the kind of start of 2020. You could see it wasn't quite the level it had been. I don't think they capitalized on WrestleMania 35 very well. Shock horror. I think, didn't she go into a feud with Lacey Evans after that? Because I remember Becky recently in an interview saying, I had just come off main event in WrestleMania, right? Where I had just beaten the likes of Ronda and Charlotte. And my follow-up feuds is I go into a program with Lacey Evans. I mean, that's not how you follow up the excitement and the magnitude of WrestleMania. It's just really funny, isn't it, that there's Becky going, you dropped the ball after you gave me the belt at WrestleMania, and then we look at Cody at WrestleMania 40 and we feel the exact same way. One of them was Vince, one of them was Triple H. It might be different bookers, but it's the same story. But then, of course, she has her kids, whatever, and comes back, and her return's been brilliant since she came back. So I am a Becky believer. Yes, I do really enjoy her work, and I'd be quite happy to, you know, defend it. I mean, it's not been faultless. No one's career is faultless, but she's got to be up there when it comes to, like, the best female talent we've ever had in WWE. She's one of the best. It's not just us saying it. Bleacher Report is saying it. Sports Illustrated is saying it. David said Gunther needs to come out and he needs to pretend that he's Austin. Oh, what? Because of it being 316 Day? Did you see that Danhausen was pretending to be Stone Cold, or Cold Steve Austin, as he called him? Yeah, there's been a lot of fun around today because of the 316 Day. I don't know if Gunther needs to do that, but there will be plenty of mentions of the fact that it is 316 Day. And Sunny Wolf, hello, said Daze. Love you. Hope you're doing well. And you, my friends. I hope life is treating you well, buds. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, let's go over to Raw. Bang, bang, bang. Okay, we have literally counting down. We got 20 odd seconds to go. I need to just resize this. It's still set up from Saturday. Okay, big show on deck tonight. Big show. This live event is about to start. Stephen, shout out to you. Says, I've got a cat on my lap watching you. Looking forward to Brock tonight and Roman. What a shock on SmackDown. Raw needs to step up in my mind after what went down on Friday, said Stephen. Big Time said, how much of a pride blow is it for wrestlers when you get released? Your peers are having tremendous success, value going up, probably making more money than you. I don't know that it's a pride blow if you get released. I mean, if you get released, everything. I don't think it's just your pride that takes the hit. It's everything that takes a hit. I would imagine though that you probably saw it coming. I mean, if you get released, I would imagine you've probably been in catering quite a bit. You've probably been coming up with ideas and none of your ideas have been used. I would imagine most see the iceberg approaching. Maybe mentally you can get prepared for that, you know? But I don't know that it's necessarily your pride will take a hit. Of course it will. But, I mean, I would imagine you're probably more concerned about where money is going to be coming from. And how are you going to make a living and who can you get in touch with? You know, is there Is there room for you in TNA or AEW or the Indies or New Japan? And that would be my focus. How do I make a living now? Where do I go now? Life is rarely a straight path. So if you do end up like getting released, you can always find your way back. But what's the next step gonna be, you know? Okay, we're seeing Punk and AJ. There's Maxxine with Otis and Tozawa. She's going to be in action against Nattie tonight. We've got a cake. We've got a cake. So we've got Liv, we got Raquel, we got JD. Has all the Balor reference stuff gone, has it? Oh, I think they're in the process of chucking it in the bin by the looks of it. There is Stephanie Vaquer backstage. She is going up against Raquel tonight. Wow, they're even talking about SmackDown. Wow. Live interview with Randy tonight. That's unusual, isn't it? For them to actually be putting a SmackDown story on Raw. I wonder if that's to try and boost SmackDown a little bit. Okay, we got a bit of a cheer. We got a mystery person. The mystery people are here. The masked people are here. They're all around. Mass people are around. Seth, I think, just gets straight into the ring. This time we didn't do the silly switching around thing. I'm glad we dropped that. Or at least we dropped at the start. Ooh, look at the graphic. That was interesting. The graphic was of a masked man. It looks like Seth's going to do a promo. I created the vision. And I'll be the one to kill the vision, says Seth. So we've started with Seth. Yeah. He doesn't care. Blimey now. Consider yourself marked for death? Do you mean that? Are you sure you mean death? It was an amazing moment, that was. It was an amazing moment. Talking about what he did to Heyman. I was just reading some of the signs. I think that one said, "Welcome to Rawhausen." Okay, here we go. Loud boos. Loud boos. It's sure to be the Vision. He can't be surprised that... Oh, it's Heyman? Oh, my God. Look at the black eye. Look at... Oh, mate. Look at Heyman. Look how disheveled he is as well. Dude. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Look at how beat up he is. The fans are chanting F you, Heyman. Mate, look at him. He's. I understand the F you, Heyman chants, but he's not in a good place. That is such a great visual. The tie is undone. The eye is bloodshot. Have you got something to say, Paul? I can see you got a microphone in your hand. He didn't betray him technically, I mean, it was Bron Breakker that turned on him. Granted, Heyman didn't do anything after the betrayal, but... I am going to pay you back every single day for your betrayal. What's he going to say? He says, I wasn't. But just as he goes to talk, the crowd start booing. Oh, I wouldn't miss this for the Worlds. Is there going to be some people? Oh! F-A, F-O, F5, and Brock Lesnar's coming out. Brock Lesnar's coming out. Now, Seth surely considered this. I mean, we all know that Heyman and Lesnar have got an amazing relationship. Whether this is the direction for WrestleMania or not, I mean, it's been speculated about. Obviously, Oba is the one fans were looking for. LA Knight is the one that was rumored. Maybe it is going to be Seth, though. I can tell you, these masked men are not a problem for the Beast. We know that much. Heyman was like, I was not going to miss this for the Worlds. F-A, F-O, F-A, F5. Out comes the Beasts. Seth standing his ground in the ring. Unless they're about to do the... Yeah, Brock might think he's clever, but he's never encountered that, has he? Oh, I sort of want him to do it now. Go on, Seth, do it. Put the mask back on. Do the jumble thing. Smile on the face of Brock. He ain't worried about these mass boomers. Come on. I ain't buying that. Why is he being so reluctant and hesitant? Is he... oh, boom. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Suplex City. Suplex City! Ah, yeah, they're all getting murked. They're all getting murked. Just like a shark circling his prey. Those masked men just get scared off. Into the ring steps. This one's going into the barricade. That's where that one's going. Brock has managed to eliminate some of those threats. Getting in the ring. Yeah, those three ain't going to do shiz. They ain't going to do shiz. Down they go. I mean, what's Seth's plan? What's his plan? Is he... It's going to be just him and Brock. I think he knows that. I know that. Surely Seth knows that. But he's not leaving the ring. And here we go. They've all been dealt with. We're down to Brock and Seth. Fans are into it. Lights out. Is he going to disappear now? Oba's coming out! Jesus! What is this? Oba's coming out! What's this mean? Is he working with Seth? Where's the ruler coming out? I don't even understand. What an amazing open. Seth coming into the ring, cutting a promo. Heyman coming out, looking the way that he looks. Brock comes out. Now we've got Oba. No one knows what's going on. Brock doesn't know what's going on. The fans don't care. They're just chanting Oba's name. I'm right there with them as well. And it's time to do the walk. Here we go. Big man making his way down. Do you know, they did an Oba cam the other day. People in the arena. And I gotta say, about 99% of them sucked. It's like they'd never watched wrestling before. Yeah? That's how you do it, kids. That's how you do it. Oh, I'm here for this. I'm here for this. Oba on the edge of the ring. Brock Lesnar in the ring. This is the one that people were hoping for. But is he working with Seth? That's my question. Oba. This is making Oba look like a badass, mate. This is making him look like a badass. Fans are chanting Oba's name. There's a sign in the crowd that says Ruthless Depression. Another sign says I love AJ Lee. Here we go. Brock and Oba face to face. And Seth is in there as well. Seth is going over to Brock. Brock confronts. Here we go. Picks him up. He's got Brock up in the air. Boom! Massive sit-down power bomb by the ruler. Oh, I can hear someone going, ah! Brock down. Brock down. Oba puts his foot on the chest of the beasts. Oh my God, the torch is being passed. Oba points up at the WrestleMania sign. The torch is being passed. We're passing the torch. Oh my God. I don't want to hear any complaints about WWE ever again. This is amazing. Amazing. He pointed up at the WrestleMania sign, made it very, very clear. Me, you, WrestleMania. So good. Can I complain a little bit, said Cleveland Brown. Yeah. Don't worry, bud. We'll be back to complaining real soon. Oh, I bet the rest of the show's not going to be as good as that. Yeah, that was great. That was a real road to WrestleMania moment. That was a real... That was good. Where's Stone Cold, said the Ribs. Yeah. No Stone Colds. Boo. Why are they wasting my time? Oh, yeah, it's good. I feel so deeply satisfied. Oh, we thought this was going to be a good show. 15 minutes in. I wish it was... I wish it had gone longer, actually. I didn't need to. It didn't need to. It was perfect. Did everything it needed to do, but it was so good. I could have took more. It's official then. Oba, Brock at WrestleMania. Yeah, I don't know what the relationship is with Seth. Perhaps there's no relationship. Perhaps it's just that he's been thinking all week about, yeah, I'm going to answer the challenge. I'm going to answer the challenge. And then we actually got to the show, and then Brock comes out, confronts Seth, and Oba's like, no, I haven't been thinking all week about this just for you to go running off and choose to have a match with him instead. Phantom, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Firing in some memberships. Oba is a beast, said Simply Simon. You could see Brock to tell his foot on his chest, just like that. It's a brilliant, brilliant moment. Brilliant passing of the torch moment. I mean, obviously not quite passing of the torch. That potentially could come at WrestleMania. I understand the concern that they've got. The concern they've got is that, you know, if he's going to be losing a lot this year, it's not going to really mean much by the time we actually get to... it's not going to mean much by the time we actually get to his retirement match. But I don't know, man. Are you really going to have Oba lose? I love a serious Seth who wasn't joking around. Yeah, I do as well, actually. I agree. I agree. Dave, does Oba squash Brock at Mania? No, there won't be a squash that goes down. I can't see them squashing. Okay, Roman is coming down. He's going to be on his way very soon. Okay, we're just looking at what went down on AAA. Edward said, I popped like hell when Oba came out. I was chanting Oba. Extraordinario Pop said Daze Goldberg squashing Brock. Yeah, that was shocking, wasn't it? That was back in Survivor Series, like 2016, I think. I mean, look, if they want to do like a real shock moment like that, then they could. I don't envisage it being a squash. Okay, Americano coming up. The opening was absolutely fantastic and fire, says Connor. Right, we are just at commercial break at the moment. I think this is going to give us an opportunity just to gather our thoughts after that absolutely fantastic open. They said Americano should be coming up next. They also said not too far away will be Roman. YT Melonhead said, I can't help but feel sad that it's nearly Brock's end. Well, I honestly, I think this is why they brought him back. We know that he's caught up in all that legal trouble, so I think they brought him back to wrap this thing up. The belief is that it's going to be SummerSlam. And I agree, it's a bit of a sad way to kind of wrap it up. You know, rather than it be something where we can really sort of celebrate. Instead, it's more, how do we pass the torch? That's how it feels to me. We've got Brock, but it's more like, how do we tell the story of him putting over Gunther and Oba? That's kind of what I'm, more so than is Brock going to have another run or, you know, anything like that. But, you know, it is what it is. He's had an absolutely amazing career. He's a surefire Hall of Famer. Yeah, amazing. What an open. Oba is like a gangster bushwhacker walk, said David. Yeah. I can see the similarity there. It is a bit like a bushwhacker walk. Right, Days, evening, that opening segment, amazing. I just hope WWE don't mess this up and make Brock win. They need Oba to win in a dominant fashion, and then after Mania, dominate the whole roster, says Liam. Yes, I think the booking of it's going to be very... I don't know about him beating Brock dominantly, because I sort of feel like Brock is someone that you build towards. Like, Brock is a bit of a final boss. I don't know that you easily get past a final boss like that, but I'm totally down for Oba getting the win, yeah. Okay, we've got the Americanos coming down from the Gulf of America. Okay, Sweet and Sassy says, it makes most sense. Everyone Seth involved with is injured, and they can't have him wrestle Heyman. Word Life Cena fan said, Daze, we still get OG Americano at Mania in a loser. Could we still get that? Well, we could, yes. I mean, there's every chance there's outside interference in this one. There's every chance that this is not going to have a conclusive finish, and it's, you know, going to be left kind of open-ended. So, yes, there's every chance that we revisit this. They might be keeping an eye on whether this is needed or not, though. Ole, 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 ole. Okay, I need to change that thing at the bottom, don't I? I'll do that in a second. Let me just get this done. Okay, Oppola said, Days, WWE allowing their wrestlers to speak out about other wrestlers' dead relatives has always felt wrong to me. Batista disrespecting Eddie, and now this. Nia, not right at all. So, Oppola seemingly not impressed with the comments from CM Punk from a few weeks ago. Okay. They're both from the Gulf of America. I thought one of them would be from the Gulf of Mexico, but they're apparently both from the Gulf of America. Wrestlemania said, Days, sometimes people need to come into WWE and instantly just be unstoppable. Oba was never going to work in a mid-card. He is perfect to be in the main event from day one, just like Brock says. Wrestle with Andy. Andy, I hope you're well. Okay, here we go. Chops coming in by Chad Americano. That is such a fiery open. I feel like I am so struggling to just get everything done. Americano versus Americano. There we go. Right. Okay, right now we got Chad Americano spilling to the outside. We got Los Americanos coming over. Drop kick there by Ludwig, and down goes Americano. Back in the ring. Upside down in the corner. So Ludwig, drop kick. Basement drop kick. Ludwig in control. Yeah, that guy's got a ruthless depression sign, which I don't quite understand. Like, I mean, tickets are not cheap, so I don't know, man. You bought a ticket in like row 4 and to hold up a sign that says ruthless depression after an amazing open. Gotta tell you, man, I don't think you're in sync with where the fans are. I think people have actually been enjoying Raw in recent weeks, and that open was fantastic. I'd probably be keeping the ruthless depression sign down for the rest of this show. Or certainly for the next hour, depending on how the next hour goes. Danhausen Hall of Fame 2026 sign. Forearm shot coming in. The Oba is no way on the same level as Brock when he came in, says Patriarchy Patriot. Macarai said, Days, do we think Finn will be on the show tonight or a week off? No, I think he could be on the show. He might have a week off. I mean, they could want to sell the beatdown, but I didn't feel like the beatdown was that bad. Didn't feel like a week off bad. Chop coming in, but they might want to, you know, give him a week off, just build up the excitement of, oh my God, what's going to happen when he comes back? Okay, right now, Americano, belly to belly. To the outside goes Ludwig. De Grimwan said, you can see the ring ads riding up off the ring surface. Oh, what? The sponsor things. Can you? Need to have a look at that. I thought they were painted on. Are they not painted on? I think they're painted on. To the outside, Chad is all over Ludwig right now. Obafemi reminds me of the wrestler IP from TR Dub, said Bartholomew. Don't know it. Don't know the promotion. Don't know the wrestler. The man from Time Forgotten said, we are seeing the new writing team. WWE storyline with Oba Brock, but I wonder how the opening would have played out if Road Dogg was still in charge. I think Road Dogg was SmackDown, wasn't he? I don't think Road Dogg was Raw. I mean, they still have made recent changes to the Raw team, so... But to be honest with you, I don't know how much credit I can give the new Raw team, because the Raw's been good for me past 3 weeks plus. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying about that Digione or whatever it is. That's got a ripple in it, hasn't it? I wonder if that's in the actual... Yeah, I think that one is stuck down, isn't it? I don't think that one's painted. Yeah, well spotted. That one looks like it is bubbling up. I know Logan was talking about the paint that they use becomes slippy. But, yeah, that Digi or I don't even know what it is. Some pizza thing, is it, maybe? Sounds like a pizza thing. Right, it sounds Italian, and anything Italian sounds like a pizza thing. Digiorano. Monday Night Rawhausen. Daze, this card could be better than Mania 40 from top to bottom. What? This Raw? I agree. Kick out there by Chads. Matteo said, did we notice that we didn't get Ober on Friday after seeing him on Monday and Friday? Looks like he's staying on Raw now. Well, that's good. I think he does need to stay on one show. We don't need overexposure. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. Certainly now he's locked in with Brock as well. We don't need him popping up on a Friday. Okay, we are at commercial break. We got... Ooh, good work there by Ludwig. Vertical suplex going for the cover. 1, 2, kick out. Very near fall, though. Big Time said it's definitely feeling like we've had a lot of storylines and major angles with this Mania build. The problem has been the rest of the card is just getting very little effort. Chop coming in by Ludwig. We are back from commercial break. Chad in the corner. Ludwig grabs him. Lands on the feet there, Chad. Ludwig coming over. Ooh. I mean, this is basically Chad Gable against Ludwig Kaiser, and this thing could be like a really great match. Well, it's proven to be a really fun match. We've even got the crowd olaying. Yeah, good crowd, actually. It is... I think I saw ticket sales were like 13,700, something like that. I don't know when that was, though. I just saw a post a few hours before Raw, but it could be several hours old. Michael just said it was 15,000. It's probably just a bit shy of it, but... yeah, it's a good crowd. It's a good amount of people. Lovely German suplex again there by Chads. Right now, keeping a hold. Couple of back elbows. Ooh. A whole array of different suplexes. Okay, we got an Americano in each corner coming in to El Grande. He comes down on Ryo. Back in the ring. Ludwig going for a clothesline. Ooh. Down goes Bravo. Okay, angle slam. Oh, drives him over. Lovely work there by Chads. So Chad very much in control. Going for the cover. Only getting a 2. Okay, grabbing Ludwig. Down goes Chad. Ludwig charging over. Big boot. Over against the ropes. Forearm shot coming in. He's got him over in the corner. Top rope Enziguri. He's got him... oh, lovely. Ludwig 1. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Kick out. Ref, you suck. Coming over, big throw. Ludwig going in the corner. Chad lands on his feet, is looking for the ankle lock. Ankle lock's in. Why the flip would Brock go after Ober when he was meant to be avenging Heyman, which Seth did, says Maggie. Well, he didn't go after him, did he? Ober came after Brock. Ankle lock was in, but Ludwig gets to the ropes. Bravo jumps up on the edge of the ring. Ludwig goes into Bravo. He's got him up. Okay. Ryo comes in. Oh, to the outside goes Ryo. Bravo has loaded the mask. Bravo puts that steel plate. Yeah, he didn't notice, did he? So right now we got Chad. He's going up. Goes for a big headbutt. He didn't know that mask had been loaded. It's kind of knocked himself out cold. 1, 2, 3. Ludwig gets it. Ludwig gets it. The Los Americanos are jumping around, celebrating. Let's get the pole up, shall we? Okay, so there was outside interference. Doesn't feel like this feud is done, obviously. Olay! Okay, 316 Day gets mentioned there by Michael. Just seeing a shot of the crowds. Okay, we got a vehicle arriving. Could that be the OTC? It is the OTC. The OTC arrives. The Usos. Roman bumps into the Usos. Smile on the faces. Are they going to ask about the apology? To all my family. All the bloodline. You should be offended at what Punk said. Wow. Roman says to his family, you should have been offended, but that weekend, he is mine. So Roman's kind of saying, do what you want with Punk. Attack him, beat him up, I don't care. But that weekend, he is mine. So watchable, isn't it? So you just don't know what's happening next. I mean, that opening match was okay. But, yeah, I feel like we're still running on the fumes of that first segment. Opening match was okay. Lovely little backstage moment. Let's go. Oh, here we go, Danhausen. We've gone to commercial break. Danhausen's coming out. Now, are they going to change this? Because last week he just threw shirts out. He might do that again, right? Very evil, very nice, very evil, very nice. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, he's actually got a microphone here. Okay, staying in the entranceway. Something is covered up. I think it's a t-shirt gun, is it? Okay, there's a treat. Okay, he's running to the back. There seems to be something covered up in the entranceway. Okay, it's a t-shirt gun. T-shirt gun. I think he's got a bigger t-shirt gun. He puts that down. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Wow! Look at that. Oh my God, look at all them. He's got a t-shirt machine gun. A Danhausen t-shirt machine gun. USA! 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 Okay, he's got a couple of new shirts available. You are cursed. Danhausen 316. Ah, he just went the wrong way as well. WWE are having a lot of fun with him kind of botching his escape. He just kind of ran the wrong way, and yeah, that was pretty good, man. I do like Danhausen 316 said, "I just cursed your ass." What? That was pretty good, honestly. There was a t-shirt machine gun. There was a fun little line, and we got a little bit where he ran the wrong direction. And if you didn't see it, don't worry about it. WWE will put the clip up. I think they like to use those as like social media sort of clips, you know? Like, here's what you didn't see. People get upset about the fact that it doesn't air, but I think they genuinely want it to just be like a fun social media exclusive. Okay, we are just looking at Stone Cold and 316 Day. What? Let me now. Even the commercial breaks have got like things of substance in them. Even the commercial breaks aren't just some boring interview that, you know, doesn't really mean anything. Do we think Brock Ober will be happening night 1 or night 2, says Connor. Don't know, but it doesn't make a difference, does it? I mean, it's going to depend on what the rest of the card looks like. We don't even know the cards yet. So without knowing what's on what day, you know, I mean, I would want it to go on the day that needs it. So if we was to look at the Saturday and it's like, oh my God, that is so good, that is so strong, then let's move the Brock one to the Sunday because it might feel like the Sunday needs it. But without knowing any matches whatsoever, like. Okay, we're just looking back at what went down last week, and it feels like we are going to be getting a Judgment Day segment next. Grogblogs, hello, my friends, said, I just bought my Mania ticket. Also, 30 months. My God, mate. Shout out to you, 30 months of being a member on the channel. Really appreciate it, buds. Congratulations on the Mania tickets as well. I mean, well done for being able to afford them. So, well done. I hope you have a great time. I think you will. I mean, I'm loving where we are with certain aspects of WrestleMania. I mean, who's not going to be excited for Brock Ober? I mean, come on. Cody Randy's got loads of heat on it as well. I'm sure we're going to do even more with CM Punk Roman. Liv Stephanie should be really fun. Io against Asuka, if it gets added, will be amazing. Balor against Dominic should be a lot of fun. Like, listen, when Cody said this could be a bit of a sleeper, he might not have been lying. He might not have been exaggerating. We're still just looking back. Okay, here we go. Here's Liv. You thought you was in control. You was on borrowed time and you didn't even know it. This is when Liv's really good. It's been a pleasure watching you fall from grace. You got soft. You got pathetic. You're washed up. You're a loser. You taught us well. Okay, so Liv thinks that that's it. He's just going to go away, which is obviously really stupid. Yeah. Daddy Dom will get his Intercontinental Championship back. Okay, so Liv's like, Raquel's going to deal with things tonight. Dom's going to get his IC belt back. I'm going to get the title at Mania. Okay. Okay, pretty straightforward stuff, to be honest. Liv is 10 times better in those recorded vignettes, says Mayor Pete. This one was solid. The one last week about Stephanie was great, too. Puppy Croc said it's not even Judgment Day anymore. There's no Edge. There's no Damien. There's no Rhea. There's no Finn. Dot Snoochlalala says we need Liv to beat Steph. I love Steph, but she hasn't done anything since becoming champion. Liv is at least entertaining. Well, talking of entertaining, they're just showing us a clip from the Rey de Reyes. And it was a really fun show. Just seeing Dom securing that victory in the main event. A lot of people wondering what that meant for the curse. Because obviously he was cursed. Whether the curse just works once, whether the curse just works in the country that the curse was applied. As I said the other day, whether it just doesn't matter and we're overthinking it. Okay, we're backstage. Look at this. Look at this. This is what we want. Usos, Roman, backstage. Talking about Punk. It's hard to argue with that, isn't it? Okay, Jay still wants this apology. Okay, Roman doesn't need it, though. Oh. I really thought the Usos were about to ask for an apology from Roman because that was a big focus last week. The fact that Roman hadn't apologized for the way that he had treated them. And so I thought that was going to rear its head there, and it didn't. I sort of feel like it should at some point. My God, these big segments, they're not letting up, man. This Raw is so good. Now we're going to enjoy AJ Lee. We're going to enjoy AJ Lee against Bayley. And we are going to enjoy it. Yeah, I don't want any moaning. Oh, I don't like AJ Lee. She's mother. Okay, that's mother. AJ in the ring with that Intercontinental Championship. Okay, let's end the poll. In your eyes. Aww. That would be me. I'd be an AJ Lee shirt with an AJ Lee poster, and she would touch my hand, and I'd just start crying. That would be me. So crazy seeing AJ Lee back in WWE. I'm still not used to it. So crazy. This is going to be her first match. This is only the second singles match since she came back. And her first Raw match. So good. I don't know if you saw the Kofi comment. Kofi just sent a message after the Oba thing, and he was like, "Avenge us." We all remember Kofi getting squashed by Brock. Well, Kofi's been online going, "Avenge us, Oba, avenge us." Okay, I need to get the scores down for Americano. Boom, 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 boom. It is 57, 28, 10, and 5. Good 95, that opening match. Tyler said, we've got Maxxine and Nattie to come, so it's not all going to be good. That's true. I mean, they might keep it short. Do you remember a few weeks ago, they just had Nattie hurl Maxxine into the ring post? People were quite down on that, but I was not. Because of all the different ways that segment could have gone, that was one of my favourite. That was one of the best. So, I mean, to be fair as well, like, we know that Maxxine's putting the work in. It's not Maxxine that I've got the problem with. It's just that she should be in NXT. So it's hard to get excited to watch her compete. But, I mean, look, if anyone's going to get the best out of her, it's going to be Nattie, because obviously they do a lot of work behind the scenes together. Bayley making her way out, so we'll see. We'll see how that segment goes. Bayley comes out. Hello, are you guys still awake? Yeah. It's a good crowd, actually. They are very much engaged. Okay, Bayley versus AJ Lee. Nia should be a Bloodline member, said Jason. Oppola said, if it wasn't Cody Randy, I would watch WrestleMania. Drew being taken out for Cody. I'm out of this year's Mania, said Oppola. Okay, AJ in the ring. Getting her intro. Punk is a dead man walking, said Eric. Oh. Big smile on her face. She was in action at the weekend. She was absolutely fantastic. She is coming into this match ready. There's AJ Lee giving that Intercontinental Championship a little kiss. Will we see? Let's ask the community, actually. Will we see Becky? Will Becky interfere? What do you think? Will Becky interfere? First time this is going down on the main roster. Bella sounded. And this is a match that Bayley has been dreaming of. Herself and AJ locking up, going at it. On the main roster, on Raw. Look at that, man. Look at that smile on Bayley's face. Look at that smile on Bayley's face. They lock up again. AJ Lee gets driven back against the ropes. To be honest, I'm quite surprised that they've not been, like, pally. There's not been a glimpse of, like, you know, a hug before the match or anything like that. Like, these two have kept it quite professional. Like, we're going to battle now type vibe. Round the back looking for a crucifix. No, takes her over. AJ in control. Bayley kicks out. AJ on her knees, goes to back away. Bayley scoops her up. AJ on the feet. AJ round the back. Bayley grabs AJ, takes her down. AJ in the middle of the ring. Bayley goes through, goes for the cover. 1, 2. AJ kicks out. Clothesline there by Bayley. AJ against the ropes. AJ goes under that bottom rope, grabs the legs of Bayley, takes her down. AJ on the outside, she's climbing up. AJ perched, Bayley middle. Oh, I wasn't expecting her to go for that. She went for a crossbody. I don't know what I was expecting, really, but maybe an elbow or something. But she went crossbody. Bayley is on the outside. Wow, that was a good moment, actually. Michael Cole said this is maybe Bayley's last chance at WrestleMania, and Bayley was right by the commentary table as he said it. She ended up saying, I know that. I know that, Michael. Thank you, but I am aware. She understands what's at stake, says Corey Graves. Flip out, lovely work there by AJ Lee. David said, just have Roman walk out to the ring. AJ looks confused. Punk comes out. Roman whoops that boy. And Bayley grabs the win. At the moment, Kimura. She's got... Bayley is really struggling to get out of that. This has been a fantastic show so far, said Dort Knight. WWE has just got to use the roster, make them earn their place each week, like back in the day. Don't pay them fortunes for quick rubbish segments. Bayley with AJ throwing her to the outsides. Bayley going for the cover to shoulder up there by AJ. AJ goes to the outside and we're going to commercial break. We're only 5 minutes away from the first hour being done. Daze, I just ordered Danhausen's new shirts. I don't want to be cursed, said Word Life Cena fan. Ellis Dub, hello. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to you. Okay, going for the cover to kick out by AJ, but there wasn't much behind that kick out. Bayley keeping AJ grounded. Corey said AJ wants to test herself against the best in the game. When are we going to get a Dazehausen face paint, says Dazehausen. Maybe one day. I can't say it's on the agenda at the moment, but maybe one day. Okay, Bayley being kept down at the moment. She's trying to get back up. Knee to the midsection. AJ goes down. Crowd are good, man. Crowd are noisy. Bayley and Lyra are going to get involved with the women's tag titles. That's going to be their WrestleMania, said Real John. I'm not doing good, said Ramona. Ramona, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope wrestling is providing a very welcome distraction. It's very good for that wrestling. I mean, not only have we got this show, but we're back again tomorrow with NXT. We're appreciating Booker T tomorrow. Shucky ducky. Bayley standing over AJ. Sean said, I know people criticize Roman for being part-time, but if you were in Roman's shoes, you would feel the same way. I think Roman's got about 6 kids that he wants to be there for. Yes, but we're his kids as well, and he's not there for us. And that makes us sad. AJ going down in the corner. Bayley with a big boot to the back of AJ. Daze, would we put Seth and Roman back together as a duo? I mean, I might do it at some point, but it's not something that I'd be looking at right now. They've got that kind of... you know, they're kind of like brothers where they will always be connected. Their careers will always be connected. Their paths are always going to cross and they can always be partners. You know, if Roman's got nowhere to turn or if Seth's got nowhere to turn, I could believe that Roman would be there for him or Seth would be there for Roman. Doesn't change the fact there's a real animosity and all that kind of stuff, you know, a rivalry, a jealousy, a professional jealousy, like all of these things are still valid. But yeah, I could see them coming together at some point, but I don't feel like that's obviously now. Roman's got Punk, Seth's got the Vision. Bang, down goes Bayley. Okay, we're back from commercial break. People forget that Roman being part-time is protecting his health and it's extending his quality of life and career. I'm glad he focuses on his family, said Sis. Clothesline there by AJ. Back elbow there by AJ. AJ with a kick. Down goes Bayley. 1, 2. Shoulder up. AJ is on her knees and over she goes. Bayley goes down. AJ looking for the pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up. AJ is so good. She's not missed a beat, said Radiated Zombie. Do you know, it's a really good point, actually. I mean, I think this women's match is fine. It's not like blowing my mind. Certainly not the level of the one we saw on Saturday, but... equally, I don't feel like I'm watching someone that's been out the ring for 11 years. So it's a good point. You know, with that in consideration, this being like AJ's first singles match in 11 years, you got to say, fair play. Knee coming in there by Bayley. Going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. 1, 2. Shoulder up again. Bayley's really trying to get this victory. Really trying to get this victory. Working really, really hard. She is looking for the Rose Plant roll up by AJ. 1, 2. Kick out by Bayley. Bayley to belly. No, AJ had it scouted. Forearm shot coming in. Charging over back elbow there by AJ. Bayley stumbles back. AJ in the corner, boot coming in. She goes down. Bayley to belly is going to connect. She didn't get all of it, but she got some of it. And shoulder up. Shoulder up. AJ Lee gets that shoulder up. Oof. Boom. Shoulder up. That was good. Good spot. Good spot. So we are into the second hour. Jacob, hello. Hope you're doing well. David said, I love AJ, but I don't need her to be champion. Not when there's others that have worked hard consistently and not gotten their deserved shots. I love her, but make her actually work for it, said David. Slap coming in there by Bayley. Both women down on their knees. Slap coming back there by AJ. She smashes Bayley into the ring mat. These two really unloading at each other. There's no sign of friendship. Kick to the midsection. Big knee. Bayley. Oh, Black Widow. Yeah, this match is getting really good now. This match is getting really good. Some lovely moments where they're going for matches and reversing, and she's up. Elbow. AJ moves. AJ moves. AJ. Black Widow is in. Black Widow is in by AJ. Is Bayley going to tap? She's screaming in pain. She's pulling back on that arm, and she does tap. Bayley taps. AJ Lee retains. Oh my God, it's been a bad 48 hours for Bayley. It's a really good performance. I think there was the end of that thing was really starting to cook. No, Becky did not cost Bayley. Did not result in AJ losing that belt, or certainly not this week anyway. Yeah, what next for Bayley? Bayley's WrestleMania dreams might have just been ended by her idol. Goods. Bayley always loses, says Maggie. It's sad. Oh, she's got it. Okay, we're backstage with JD. Dom is not medically cleared. Here's Penta. Zero miedo. Penta defends the IC title, but we don't know who against. Okay. IC Open Challenge, said David. Bayley should have quit last year when they didn't use her, says Tony. Oh, I think she will get used this year. I agree. I could see them setting their sights on the tag titles. I could see that. Or maybe she tries to get a rematch. I don't know. Right now, we've got Bayley in the ring. We've gone commercial break. So I believe this is during commercial. We've got AJ putting a hand out. I don't think we're going to get anything massive here. I don't think they'll do a big moment during the commercial. But instead, we get a nice hug between AJ Lee and Bayley. They just put on a really fun match. AJ Lee retaining. Bayley holding up AJ's arm in the air. Bayley goes, gets out the ring. That leaves AJ Lee in the ring with that Intercontinental Championship. Quite surprised that we didn't get any sign of Becky. And obviously big questions as to where Bayley goes now. You can see some marks on AJ. She's got him on her legs, on her arms. Definitely a bit banged up after that. She's in great spirits, isn't she? She goes over to a young fan. Oh. This is so lovely. I am just waiting for someone to, like, murk her. I'm waiting for, like, Becky to, like, boom or something, you know? It's just... Ah, oh, look at that. She poses with the butterfly belt and the IC. There's a Divas Championship replica that a young fan had, and AJ posing with that belt. That was a fun little moment. Oh, it is just going to be a lovely little moment, this, isn't it? I suppose they're okay once in a while. Once in a while, they're okay. Okay, I think the ref's coming over, going, all right, let's wrap it up. Although she's still not going to the back, you know. Yeah. Are we delaying for some reason, do you reckon? She's still making her way up the entranceway. Love you. Fans are applauding. She holds up. Here we go. There she is. Boom. Becky attacks. Becky attacks. Becky Lynch just came running out. She jumps AJ Lee. AJ Lee goes down. Becky attacks. Boom! Into the LED. Honestly, it really had those vibes. It really had those vibes. It was too lovely for too long. Kick coming in there by Becky. Becky grabbing AJ. She's got her by the hair, smashing her over into the barricades. Oh, it's a vicious attack. Into the barricade again goes AJ. Over on the other side as well. Kick coming into the back. Why aren't we getting more officials out? We need to get more officials out. We've always got security around. If anyone needs it right now, it's AJ. Ah! Chucking her over the other side. Surely security's coming. Look at that. You see that girl then? See that kid? There was a kid in the front row. She was like, oh. That was a great moment. That was a great moment. Becky should have started unloading on that kid, to be honest. That's a great way to get at AJ Lee. Start going off on her fans. But she bottled it. She smacks AJ with that championship belt. To add insult to injury, Becky is wearing Bayley's black leather pants. Oh, wow. Bayley's not going to appreciate them being used in such a vicious beatdown. Becky is walking away. Someone just yelled, I love you, Becky! Dude, didn't you just see what your hero just did? Crowd are chanting, Becky sucks. A bitter ex-champion. She can't stand the fact that AJ is better. Daze, when do we see the Celtic Warrior Sheamus? Will he return? No words. No word on Sheamus. Okay, they're just going, this show is so stacked, we can't really stick around on anything, so now we're just seeing what went down on SmackDown. Alex said, I've not laughed that hard at a kid's reaction to a wrestler in ages since the kid on Jericho last year. That was hilarious. Yeah, that was a fun little moment. This wasn't supposed to be hard, says Randy. Didn't look like it was too hard when he started murking the hell out of Cody. Do we think they're going to end up changing Cody Randy tonight too, said Dr. Luchalala. Don't know, honestly. I think the reaction for it has been brilliant, but we've still got a lot more build to go. So, I mean, the Roman CM Punk reaction could be great. Seeing this again brings a smile to my face. Orton didn't go far enough, says Robbie. Boom! With the chair. Daisy, happy 09. Heel Randy is back. Yeah, man. So good. Daisy, did we hear that Ronda showed up in AEW? I did, Matt. Yes. The Rib said it's such PG violence. Oh, it's pretty good. I can't really have any complaints. If it was PG, I mean, they pushed it as far as they could. I got no complaints with it. I'm back in the shadow again. I think he said he was going to sit down with Randy, didn't he? Yeah. Coming up in a minute. I'll have an exclusive interview with Randy Orton. Okay. We're just seeing DoorDash. There's a big cheer. Penta coming out. It's going to be the Penta Open Challenge. Here are the 6 WWE superstars that have finally turned heel. Randy, Cena, Owens, Styles, and Brock. Who is answering this open challenge? Okay, Penta. Can't wait for Randy. Can't wait for more Roman, said let him in. It's a stack show, isn't it? I mean, we're already at the halfway point. Matt Jason said, these women that are big names would be fighting for the main belt. But the champs that are still new, they should be in the mid-card, said Matt Jason. I think that's, clearly by design, isn't it? I mean, they want those newer names to sort of be left to it. They want those newer names to really just be able to, kind of have a bit of a free run to make a name for themselves. So, yeah, I mean, by design, move a lot of the big names out the way, put them in the tag division, put them in the mid-cards. That means that the newer names can then come in and just focus on trying to build their star power. Whether it's the right thing to do or not, debatable. Obviously, everyone's going to have their opinions on it. But, yeah, that's what we've done with Stephanie. That's what we've done with Jade. I mean, Jade feuding with Jordan, Grace, and Michin. Stephanie feuding with the likes of Nikki Bella, who's a big name, but, obviously being kept out the way of Io and Rhea. And Penta is good, but has he had any good storylines since coming in? There's just been good matches, says Brony. Well, he's in the ring. Fans are chanting his name. Last week I told the world. Last week I told the world I want to be a fighting champion. Penta is always ready. I said to Adam, pick anyone. Everyone wants to be a fighting champion, said Dad Stuff. I know, yeah. What happened to all those champions that want to just stay out the way? That would be me. Just sort of hope that they forget I'm a champion. Burnt up, burnt up. Whoever's going to step up to me tonight, be ready. Okay, well, we're about to find out who that is. Lights go out for Penta's challenge. Oh, it's going to be Dragon Lee. Well, I mean, okay, not the most exciting of stars, but this is going to be a banger. And look, he's even got his little wings. Oh, my God. Baby Lee da 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 da, baby Lee da 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 da, baby Lee da 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 da, baby Lee. Mommy Lee da 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 da. Look at his little baby wings. Oh. There'll be big wings one day. He'll be like a fully grown dragon one day. Okay, Dragon Lee making his way down. It's going to be a good match, said Brony. But I don't care about good matches. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, okay. To each their own. Look, he's even got his little pump thing. I want Javon Evans, said Luke. Dutch Luch Lala said Brony wants cinema. I can understand that. I mean, I just think it's going to be a great match. We've been very critical of like the match scores recently. We got one here that could really deliver something juicy. I'll take that. I'll take it. Okay, we're an hour and 20 minutes in. Those wings are probably expensive, said Eric. He's got work on us. He's got like money. He's got good regular work. He can afford it. He can. I really think he can afford to go bigger as well. Okay. This is going to bang, said Simply Simon. Penta with that Intercontinental Championship. Brony says, yeah, they're great wrestlers, but I don't have any connection with them because of poor booking. It's not their fault. Good matches, and then what? But a good match is still worth watching, isn't it? Like, if you tune in and just have, like... I mean, a lot of these open challenges, there's no connection between the wrestlers. It's just, let's put on a great match for the fans, and that's what this is, you know? There's no feud or story here, but it doesn't matter. It's literally been booked so that we can have a banger. Okay. Penta, Dragon Lee, linking up. This has been the best Raw since the Netflix debut, says Rest with Andy. This will showcase the best in the ring work tonight, said Jay. I wouldn't want to be Natalya or Maxxine following this. Okay, let's get rid of this poll so that we don't get confused. We've got the Bayley AJ Lee results. Oh, wow, that just clicked into great. Okay, so that's great 55. Daze, you're my only hope because I can't stream. I wonder if we will see Stone Cold tonight. I would love Stone Cold Brock face-off. I think you've had Brock, buds. I don't see Brock coming back out at this point. Stone Cold, he said he's not on this show, and I believe him, to be honest. Keep up there by Penta. Penta looking over at Dragon Lee. Okay, Dragon Lee doing Penta walk as well. These two linking up. Going back against the ropes. Penta over the other side. Jumps over Dragon Lee. Leapfrog. Dragon Lee. Kick to the midsection. Penta charging in. Big boot. Depends why you watch wrestling. I like stories. Wrestling quality doesn't bother me on TV shows, says the Ribs. Drop kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee goes up. Big boot coming in. Dragon Lee backing over to the corner. Charging in. Penta picks him up. Is upside down. Super kick there by Penta. Top rope enziguri. Penta backs up. Dragon Lee in the corner. Penta. Comes down onto Dragon Lee. So Penta in control. Matches are the story. They are not mutually exclusive, says LS Dub. Dutch Leech Lala said, if we're doing a multi-person match for Penta at Mania, then let's start building. As to why some are going to be included. I hope they don't put LA Knight into that match for a multi-person IC title match. Against the ropes goes. Dragon Lee comes down on Penta. Penta in the ring. Penta against the ropes. Over the top. Comes down on Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee goes down. Maxxine and Nattie are going to be the main event, said Junior. Let's go. Yes. Oh my God, this show just gets better. Ashton said if Stone Cold was there, he'd be the first person we would bring out. Am I wrong? I think you're wrong in the sense of he definitely would be the first. I don't think that he would have to be the first. And we can actually find examples in the past where Stone Cold's been on the show and he wasn't out first. Netflix is a little bit different, though. Because with Netflix, you just need people to view, really. You just need people to watch the video file. I think watch time matters. But really, it's overall views that kind of really matter. I mean, the way that Netflix make their money is obviously through subscription. So if you're subscribed to Netflix and you then view WWE content, it does matter how much, but it doesn't matter as much as when it was on TV. So it's a difficult one to break down, to be honest with you. What I would say is that when it was on TV, we would likely save Stone Cold for the closer to the end so that people will stick around longer. On Netflix, I don't think that matters quite as much. So I don't know. Would you start with Stone Cold, big open, get loads of people online talking about it. That's going to drive loads of people to Raw. Then you carry on with the show. Or do you bring him out, kind of tease it, bring him out at the end and kind of do it that way? So, I don't know. I feel confident in saying that he wouldn't 100% have to be in the open. But it's an interesting one to discuss, and this is where you start getting into the differences between TV and Netflix. So, some good action here. Penta in control, Dragon Lee down. David said, if Heyman escaped, does it mean that Heyman has got a burner phone and called Tommy Dreamer and Lance Storm to dispose of LA Knight? David, I think you're doing your own fantasy booking over here. Mosey said, if AEW had WWE's storytelling quality, it would be unstoppable. And if WWE had AEW's match quality, it would be unstoppable. Okay, Dragon Lee down. Knee in the back there by Penta. Knee coming into the midsection by Penta as Dragon Lee goes down. David said, I used to have Netflix a few years ago and then I stopped. I was watching Disney Plus, but I got Netflix back and stopped watching Disney Plus. I mean, there's so many, isn't there? Like, it is probably wise to just try and get it down to, you know, 1 or 2. The one I can't live without is YouTube Premium. I can't live without that now. I mean, I have to have Netflix for WWE, of course, but I think if it came down to 2 subscriptions, I would probably have to have YouTube Premium and Netflix. Those would be the 2 subscriptions that I could not live without right now. I've got an account, right? Whenever I go onto the second Wrestling Daze channel, that doesn't have YouTube Premium on it. So it means if I start watching any stuff on YouTube using that account, I get all the ads. Oh, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I just can't do it. I can't sit through the ads anymore. Once you've had YouTube Premium and you've experienced ad-free life, there's no going back. There is just no going back. So I seriously could not live without that one now. And yes, of course, Netflix. So things like Disney Plus and Spotify and all that kind of stuff. It's not, it doesn't exist in my world. There's loads in there, flipping Peacock and ESPN Plus and all this stuff. Some good super kicks between these two. Penta is over in the corner. We've probably got about an hour left to go. It's going to go for that destroyer, but a kick there by Dragon Lee. Penta. Dragon Lee goes over. Oh, over the top, roll up. Dragon Lee looking for a cover. He's got him in a bit of a Styles clash. Is this a Styles clash? Styles clash! Boom! Dragon Lee with a Styles clash. 1, 2. 2 count. Someone was just screaming. There's someone right by a microphone that you can really detect. We've got a "This is awesome" chant. Some rabid wolf that's been let into the building. Dragon Lee going up, gets caught. Penta driver gets it. Oh my God, Jess took so long. Penta drove Dragon Lee down. Jess then took about 2 years to run around, get down. 1, 2. I swear there's a 2 count there that she's running around the ring instead. I'm a Becky believer. I think Jess is corrupt. She should have just dropped straight down. That would have been a 3. Penta is right if he wants to bring this to Adam Pearce's attention. Right now he's got Dragon Lee. He didn't even complain because he's such a lovely babyface. I would. If I was Penta, I'd be like, dude, just took you 5 minutes to start counting. Kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Top rope enziguri there by Penta. Dragon Lee going down on the outside of the ring. Pelvis Thrasher said, is it Tamatonga doing the yeah. Maybe. I would say, Pelvis, it's definitely adding to the show. So it's definitely a positive. Okay, Dragon Lee is looking to go against the ropes. Through the rope. Oh my God! Jess, literally, oh my God! I'm telling you, it's corruption! Jess was leaning through the ropes, checking on Penta, but she was parting the ropes as a result. She just parted the ropes for Dragon Lee to do a suicide dive. Because she was through it like that, going, are you all right, like this? And he went, he capitalized. Oh, this is basically a tag work right now. They're basically a tag team. Jesus Christ. I'll tell you, I'm going to get examples and I'm going to send them over to Penta. If he loses this belt, Becky's right. This is corruption. This is serious corruption. Look at the replay. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It makes me sick. I can't even look at it. I bet it's the Russians. I bet the Russians have got to her. She's trying to bring down WWE from the inside. Because if we start questioning the officiating, you know, if you can't trust the officials, who's going to want to watch the matches anymore? Penta with a Mexican dish. I'm on Penta's side, please. 1, 2, 3. Thank God. You could tell she was reluctant to count that 3 as well. I sensed it. I could sense as she was doing it. She's like, I don't want to be doing this. This isn't what the Russians want. That's for Calix. A thumbs down for Calix. Thumbs up for Penta, though. Fun match. Even if the Russians did try to ruin it. Penta picks up the victory. Dragon Lee and the Russians both defeated. Let's get match scores in. Penta extends his hand out to Dragon Lee, helps Dragon Lee up. Okay, we've still got, obviously, the big segment still to come. Maxxine against Nattie. Roman Reigns on the show as well. That'll probably be worth a watch. Okay, here's Heyman. Here's Logan, here's Theory. Seth's game plan is divide and conquer. A shield chair shot. Not just... I'm a 60-year-old man. We need titles. Oh, he's so good, isn't he? He's so good. Wrestling is very fortunate to have Paul Heyman. Oh, I wondered what this was, but it's 2K. Yeah, I think that's so clever. I mean, look, at WrestleMania, they want to get Theory and Logan to those tag titles, seemingly, right? So how do you get it to make any sense? We've got a problem with Seth, but I need you to go for the tag belts. How do you do that? How do you find a way of going, okay, right, so at WrestleMania, it makes more sense to do Usos against Logan Theory. Doesn't, like, you know, it doesn't really make sense to do too much else. So let's do that. So how do we get them into that direction when clearly Seth is the problem? Usos aren't the problem, Seth's the problem. So how do we do that? And I thought his explanation was brilliant. We don't have any leverage. We don't have any power. We need titles to have leverage and power. So rather than going straight after Seth, it would make a lot more sense if you go after those tag titles, which is going to bring us some leverage. It's going to bring us some power. We'll have more options. So I'm kind of like, yeah, I see your problem in real life of what you're trying to do. And I see how you just tried to answer it. Is it perfect? Is everyone going to buy it? No, maybe not. But I think he just did as good a job as what you could do, to be honest with that. Okay, Maxxine against Nattie is coming up next. So make sure that you get your stuff in for that match score, because we're going to have to end that very quickly. Daze next on the card. Not expecting much from this, said Charmaine. How do you pronounce that? Charmaine Elevates. Yeah, so, I mean, look, I really don't want to keep being down on this, because it's not Maxxine we're down on. It's just, I don't think she's really, you know, main roster worthy, if you will. But if anyone's going to get a great match out of her, it's going to be the woman that she trains with a lot. You know, Maxxine, of course, in real life is still going to be going to the dungeon, even if she's not in any of the pictures anymore. And we've spoke a lot about chemistry, actually, and about how the lack of house shows is a bit of a problem. Well, actually, you've got someone here in Nattie that knows her way around a wrestling ring. Even trains girls, trains Maxxine. And again, if anyone's going to get a tune out of Maxxine, it's going to be Nattie. So I'm not expecting this to be a disaster. Let's put it that way. I'm not expecting this to be a disaster. How much time they give it, though, I'm not sure. It probably doesn't need loads of time, does it? Don't think it's a feud people are really that bothered by. Okay, we're just looking at WWE Worlds. Okay, let's end the poll, shall we? Bella sounded. We are underway. Nattie with a headlock takeover. Getting back up to her feet, grabbing Maxxine. Maxxine goes down. Nattie getting on top. Going, I don't even know what that was. Looked like she was going for a cover there. I thought she was going to get some ground and pound going, actually, but she didn't. Takedown. Nattie is standing over Maxxine. I thought she was going to kiss her then. She had her face over against the rope. She's like... Right in Maxxine's face. She's going to slingshot her into that middle rope. Maxxine down. Few boos from the crowd as Nattie comes over, grabs Maxxine, looking to get her up in the corner. She's got Maxxine upside down, throws in a kick. Nattie going to the outsides. Is she pulling their head? Yeah, she's pulling the head on Maxxine. Maxxine crashes down. Okay, yeah, looks like we do have a rear naked choke there as Maxxine is trying to break out of it. Ankle lock. Ankle lock by Maxxine. Nattie trying to sell it, trying to get over to the ropes. Goes through Maxxine against the ropes. Roll up there by Nattie. One. Reverse by Maxxine. One. Kick out. Maxxine. Two. 2 count. Kick coming in there by Nattie. It's a nice kick. Kick by Maxxine. Nattie goes down. Clothesline by Maxxine. And again. Shot to the back. Maxxine against the ropes. Knee to the side of the heads. Nattie over in the corner. Maxxine charging in. Collides into Nattie. Suplex. Kip up by Maxxine. I don't think now's the time for the straps. I like the leg drop, actually. That's a nice move for her. Just feels a little pedestrian at the moment. Like, even when the straps came down, there was no fire to it. Those straps felt like they came down way too early. I wonder if she's going to put them back up and take them back down again later. We've seen that before. Maxxine on the shoulders of Nattie. Maxxine rolling through. It's Maxxine that's got the ankle lock applied again. Nattie flips over. Maxxine goes down. Maxxine to the outsides. Okay, Maxxine is climbing up. Nattie in the middle, moves out the way. Roll through there by Maxxine. Nattie coming in. Discus. Lariat. It's going to go into a sharpshooter by the looks of it. That should be the end. I mean, Natalya with a sharpshooter should finish things. Drags Maxxine back into the middle. Sharpshooter is in. Yeah, tap. Come on. Good. I'm glad that she tapped. Natalya putting on a sharpshooter is not something that you should be looking to break out of. Okay, Nattie getting the clean win. Listen. I'm here for it. I'm here for the clean win. Nattie gets the victory. Okay. Michael just got cut off. That was a bit boring, said Jojo. Maxxine just looks a bit awkward. That was bad match, said Eric. Creative need to get it together when it comes to Maxxine, said let him in. Daze, stop trying to gas it up, said LS Dub. Well, listen. When WWE Creative, right, take an option that I think is the right option, I gotta say it's the right option, haven't I? I mean, I was fully prepared for them to give Maxxine the victory there. I mean, we've seen Maxxine tapping Nattie out in a little vignette thing, you know. We've seen him put the IC belt onto Maxxine, so you know, you kind of watch this moment and you go, I don't know where they're going to go with this. So yeah, them choosing to have Nattie get the victory with the sharpshooter. Yeah, okay. I was not crazy about the match. I mean, I expect this match to get a bad score, but I can't say I'm down on that finish. Connor said, Daze, have WWE literally dropped the official graphic for Cody Randy? Yeah, they've been dropping lots of official graphics. Those graphics keep changing and evolving, but they're all official as long as they're coming from WWE. Okay, looks like we're going to get that Randy Orton. Looks like we're going to get that Randy Orton thing. Oh, here we go. Jesus Christ, when was this filmed? In 2002. On a camera phone in 2002. Why is this picture quality so awful? Who's he talking to? I appreciate you doing this. Could that be The Rock? Or Triple H? I'd love for it to be Triple H. He had a conversation with Sammy. I'm a killer. That's nice. The Ortons. That's nice. Well, who was he on the phone to? I mean, Rock or Triple H kind of comes to my mind. You know, he was kind of thanking someone, so I think there'll be some speculation around that, and rightfully so. We're backstage with Dragon Lee. Here's Javon, the young OG. It's old webcam quality, said Metal Mama. Yeah, I wonder why. What was that about? Okay, we got Kofi. Is he going to try and recruit... Is he going to try and recruit the young OG again? He tried to recruit him last week. No. Javon says no. Okay, Kofi's like, nah, I'm only joking about Dragon Lee. Here's Grayson. Ah, Danhausen! How about me? I'm very nice. Very evil. Danhausen wants in on the New Day. Oh, Grayson gets cursed. You are cursed. You are cursed. You are cursed. And now the fans are chanting it. Grayson takes his jacket off. He's trying to get rid of the curse. To be honest, Grayson got cursed about 10 years ago, I think. Looking at the creative his ads. He should have just turned around and gone, oh no. Yeah. Was you around? Was you around in about 2018 or so? If so, would you mind lifting it? I mean, can dude get any lower at this point? I mean, if you curse Grayson Waller, perhaps it has the opposite effect. I have no idea whose music this is. Is this Stephanie? Stephanie would be my guess. Stephanie. We knew she was in action. She's taking on Raquel. that was a good Danhausen segment, even though it was a no. This match should be awesome, said Mayor Pete. Prehistoric Vintage said they ruined her music. Peacemaker said, I had no idea who was coming out. To be honest, most of the time, I ain't got an idea who's coming out. But, yeah, she was desperate to not lose her old music, and they took it away from her. Matt Jason said, did we see that AAA guy in a crowd, or is it just a fan? I have not seen a AAA guy in the crowd, so I don't think they've shown anyone. So I'm guessing it's a fan. But, no, I did not see anyone. Wrestling Figure God said, Daze is my dad, / the best on YouTube, and I love this community. Wrestling Figure God, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words, buds. Yes, we do have a great community. We've got a member stream tomorrow. Don't forget, you can stop by, share your thoughts. Should be good. You lot know I don't get a chance to get to everyone's comments. I wish I could. But that member stream tomorrow will give us an opportunity to get to people's comments and thoughts and theories that we maybe don't normally get to. So if you are around, come and join us for that. It's already set up. So Wrestling Figure God, shout out to you. And David said there is no hope unless Danhausen has curses creative. Perhaps he has. That would explain some stuff, wouldn't it? If he had cursed creative. Plus also, if he curses creative now, does it once again also have the opposite effect? Might be worth a try. But I gotta say, this Raw has been very entertaining, so I'm certainly not down on Raw at the moment. Perhaps we could send Danhausen to SmackDown creative. Okay, I can tell you, Nattie Maxxine got good 75. Okay, next up, Raquel. Making her way down with Liv. Kofi's shirt said one bold move can change everything. I don't know what that's in relation to. I couldn't quite see what his shirt said, but there is a shot of, you know, when Danhausen's doing that. There is a shot, and that's what his shirt says. One bold move can change everything. I wonder what that means. Probably means nothing. Yeah, big question online is who was Randy on the phone to? That's a big question. Okay. Daze, Randy was probably on the phone with his father, says Sean. Maybe. That's a good shout, actually. I mean, I think his father is still with us, isn't he? I know we've lost a lot of legends. I don't think we have lost Bob Orton Jr., though, no. Yeah. Maybe they're going to bring him back into this story, yeah? He did say, that's a good shout, that is, Sean. That's a really good shout. I mean, he did finish it off, didn't he, with wrestling as more than one royal family. It's a good shout. Over in the corner goes Stephanie. We are underway then with Raquel and Stephanie. Liv on the outsides. Okay, we're up to date with the poll. We are almost done with 2 hours. Daze, maybe Randy was thanking Alistair for making him realise who he is. Do you think it was Alistair that did that? He did speak to Alistair, that's true. He did speak to Sammy as well, though, didn't he? So, yeah. Some good thoughts. Maybe Alistair played a part. How good is she? Liv just said to Corey. Corey said she's incredible. After there was a big clothesline, Raquel taking Stephanie down. Matty O said, I think the graphics for each night doesn't really make any sense now. Almost every match announced has got both graphics. The sci-fi one and the post-apocalyptic one. I wonder if, well, I mean, obviously that was just a theory that was doing the rounds. The one night will have the one kind of graphic, the other night will have the other kind of graphic. I wonder if, like, it will, once we know what matches go in where, I wonder if they will just hone in on the one kind for the Saturday and the other kind. Perhaps it's a case where they haven't quite figured out where certain matches are going, so they've made both. Don't know. They're so wildly different, those two poster styles. One being sci-fi, the other being post-apocalyptic. But I mean, look, we know there's frustrations. That's been reported from the marketing department. So it's true. Like, it seems like there's a real lack of direction. You'd like to think they could get it together now, though, considering we're only like 4 weeks away. Raquel has got Stephanie on her shoulders, going to look to drive her into the ring. Oh my God, that was pretty vicious, actually. That was pretty vicious. Daze, would you be surprised if Tony was actually the genius behind tonight's booking? Yes. Steve said maybe they don't know exactly what the look they want is yet. So maybe they're just trying a few different things. It does make me wonder what the set is going to look like. Well, I know actually what the set's going to look like. It's going to be a sci-fi post-apocalyptic. They're actually going to merge both together. They're going to have sci-fi, but they're going to have sci-fi in the aftermath of nuclear war. It's going to be sci-fi post-apocalyptic. They're just going to go for both. And it's also going to be black and white. And it's also going to have a casino theme. No, you're right. Whoever's got to design that thing probably would really appreciate there just being one direction, you know? For the art style. I agree. Raquel grabbing Stephanie. Stephanie is up at the moment. I think are we at commercial break right now? Perhaps it'll be a different set for each night. Perhaps it'll be a different set for each match. Now, that would be sick. Grayson Waller has just took to social media to say curses aren't real. Curses aren't real. I would imagine if anyone was going to believe in a curse, it would be Grayson Waller. Shoulder up there by Steph. They say Finn was the last original member, and that's just not true. Finn was not an original member. I mean, we did AJ Styles, Finn Balor, and Liv Morgan in a match against Edge, Damian, and Rhea. So Finn was not an original member, but Michael just said that was the last of the original members. Shoulder up by Stephanie. Okay, it's a little bit slow this at the moment. Matty O said, I like the two types of match graphics, but they should be closer to each other like last year were. Both cards related, and now they're not even black and white. They're just completely opposite graphics. David said, I don't mean to bring politics in. I'm just saying it's worked with WrestleMania 4 and WrestleMania 5. What, being in the same venue? Okay, here we go, coming back from commercial break. That was a little bit slow, and obviously we know why now. I don't know if this is our main event match. It probably is. I don't think I'm aware of another match. Obviously, we've got Roman. Stephanie is on the back of Raquel. She gets driven back in the corner. Back elbows coming in there by Raquel. They're looking good. They're looking nice. Throwing in those back elbows as Stephanie slumps down. Jeffrey, hello. Oh, on the top rope goes Raquel. Can't wait to see the OTC, said Connor. David said, Annie joined Judgment Day the night after Hell in a Cell when they kicked out the founder. Yes, that's true, isn't it? He came in when Edge got kicked out, yeah. Okay, Liv on the outsides, banging the ring mat. David, well done. Okay, forearm shot coming in there by Stephanie. Kick coming into the midsection. Headbutt coming in there by Stephanie. Stephanie charging over as Raquel moves out the way. Boot coming in. Stephanie looking for a dragon screw, gets it. Raquel goes down. Stephanie backing over to the corner. Charging in, double knees. Double knees there by Stephanie. Raquel down. Smile on the face of Stephanie. Liv's like, no, no, no. We all know what's coming. Couldn't get it. Raquel preventing the devil's kiss. Right now, Stephanie is up. Oh. Raquel. An inverted vertical suplex. Ah. Ellis Stubbs said there was a comedically great portion of this show, but now we're past that. Here we go, Devil's Kiss. Which Mania match are you not that excited for? For me, it's Rhea Jade. It's just a bit boring, and they don't have chemistry yet, but I hope the match could be good. Well, it'll be the Jelly Roll one for me. That's the one that I'm sure I'll get something out of it. The thing with Rhea Jade is I really rate Rhea. We all do, right? So the challenge is going to be, can she get a PLE match out of... can she get a PLE match out of Jade's? I mean, it could be Jade's best match in WWE. It needs to be. And that's going to be the challenge. So I'm quite interested to see if they can achieve it. Io's come out, by the way. She's going after Liv. Io gets chucked into the... I wonder if that's going to... I don't even know what this is. Is this going to be... Stephanie and Io against Liv and Raquel next week? Is that what we're doing? Liv goes hard into the timekeeper's area. Liv goes flying into that timekeeper's area. Stephanie climbing up. La Primera climbing up. She's perched. Gets caught. Gets caught. Driven down. Raquel with Stephanie. Tahana bomb. No. Roll up. 1, 2. Stephanie gets it. Stephanie gets it. Nah, there wasn't really much to that, was there? There were some all right moments. Do we think Randy will probably try and form his own faction, says Connor. I don't think there's been any sign of that. I mean, I feel like some legend or his father or Triple H or Rock or someone like that feels connected. He's clearly on the phone to someone. But I'm not getting vibes of a faction at the moment. Stephanie's dropping it at Mania, says Matthew. Okay, Liv got chucked into the timekeeper's area. Raquel couldn't get the job done. Okay, we're coming up to 10 minutes past. We are coming up and making our way very, very quickly. Okay, what's this? What's going on? Is that Theory talking to Maxxine? Dude, why have we got Theory checking on Maxxine? Okay, so Lyra... Oh, I'd love to see that. Ask her AJ Lee. Okay. She's gonna... Well, there's a lot going on there, isn't there? I'm still confused as to why Theory was checking on Maxxine. Okay, so Bayley, Lyra, interested. Oh, that's a bit of a shame to cut off Bayley. Bayley, Lyra going after those tag titles. Looks like Kabuki Warriors might be circling around those, but there are rumours of Io Asuka. So I'm not sure what's going to come of that. But I still want to know what's happening with Theory and Maxxine. I don't think that's a pairing that I need in my life, but it's interesting. Are we going to bring Max... Oh, my God. Are we... Is the Vision about to reach its final form? Is the Vision that started off with Seth recruiting the likes of Bron Breakker about to reach its absolute pinnacle by bringing Maxxine? Just because I want to see the reaction. Just because I want to see the absolute meltdown. Sometimes you just want to watch things burn. Okay, we've got the match graphic. It is official. Brock Lesnar, Obafemi is mates. You want it? You can have it. Please buy tickets. Please buy tickets, please. Please. We've marked them down. Buy them, please. You want Brock Ober? Okay. Now buy tickets. Logan Paul, Austin Theory, Usos. That goes down next week. Next week. Brock Ober is confirmed. Mania card is shaping up to be great, says Brony. Okay, here's Usos with LA Knight. Yeah. Okay, this is family business. Mind your own business. If the old bloodline come back, we can't be on the same page. Where are we going with LA Knight? Where's I can't tell where that's heading. I know where we're heading. LA Knight doesn't have plans, said Jojo. Here's the OTC. Get acknowledging. Get acknowledging. Get acknowledging. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Did WWE even bother telling people not to film anymore? When I used to go before the pandemic, one of the first things you would get would WWE is protected by copyright. No filming will be authorized. Or something like this, like some pre-recorded message telling you to not film. If they bother, I don't even know why they bother playing that, if that's true. All you see is people with their phones out filming. They probably don't say it anymore, to be honest. There's probably no point. No, he's filming. Perhaps we should start arresting people that do it, and then the message would get out there. Yeah, wouldn't be laughing then. The poor guy in the crowd broke his cell phone when he was acknowledging Roman with the same hand. Yeah, but that's an idiot move, isn't it? I mean, who in the hell gets their phone out like that and then tries to acknowledge at the same time? Oh, I've dropped it. Yeah, you have, haven't you, you idiot? Okay, Roman making his way out. Something tells me that Larry's going to bring up... Something tells me Roman will bring up Larry, said Elizabeth. Well, let's see. It's not a line I'm looking for, but can't say he won't. He certainly seems to have Summit up his sleeve. Look how smug he is. He looks like Fagin out of Oliver. Roman making his way down. That's certainly a man that's not reflecting on comments from 2 weeks ago. He seems very confident. Seems like he's got something up the old sleeve. Okay. Daze, do we think if Jericho manages to get out of his AEW contract before WrestleMania that could be a way for LA Knight? Yes, White Wolf. I think that's a good shout. That'd be a great match. I think there's a lot of people that want to see LA Knight have, like, you know, something really meaningful. And we know that he was penciled in for Brock Lesnar, so if they can get the Jericho thing over the line, then yeah, I'd say that's an option. I mean, it would be babyface, babyface. And people may have their concerns about that, but it'd be a very high-profile WrestleMania match for LA Knight, and right now, I think he'd take it. Okay, Roman in the ring. I don't think we've advertised CM Punk, have we? I think they've kind of implied that he will be coming out, but this show, we're already coming up to 20 minutes past. I mean, there ain't going to be too much more. Roman will main event WrestleMania for a record 11th time. Opala said, Daze, I wonder if Rock's going to come in. I mean, it is the premiere, and look at what happened when Cody mentioned the family and how Rock reacted. It is Mania. Rock likes that spotlight. He stayed away last year, didn't he, apart from Elimination Chamber? There is a belief that he could be around for next year because we're in, or meant to be in Saudi. He could do. If he's around, it is Mania season, he could get involved. Okay, we just saw Oba Brock be post-apocalyptic. Punk and Roman is sci-fi. They must have some strategy. There must be, I mean, there must be some plan when it comes to these graphics. Okay, fans are chanting OTC. Let's end this poll so we definitely don't forget it. OTC, OTC. Is Punk going to interrupt? Yeah. There's a lot of Roman chants. Okay, acknowledge me, says Roman. Acknowledge me. OTC chants. Rock's film career has failed with his latest bomb. He will now star in the Marine 9 instead, said David. That's the role that he's been working towards. I'm in the beginning, I'm in the middle. And you already know who closes the show. The OTC. Okay. Phil gets a little confused. Phil gets a bit confused. He thinks this is Monday and that this is his show. Okay, Roman is calling out Pepsi Phil. Pepsi Phil is being summoned. CM Punk. CM Punk. Okay. He is coming out. Robbie said he's never going to call him CM Punk this entire time. It's just going to be Phil from now on. Well, here's Phil. Gotta say, that crowd were chanting for Roman. Phil's got a smile on his face, though. It's an interesting one, isn't it, to sort of listen to which way are the fans going. Both of these guys enjoy fan support. So you could see Roman taking a bit of time to sort of listen to those crowd reactions. I think he was quite happy with what he heard, but, you know, now that CM Punk's out here, I'm sure he'll get plenty of support as well. In fact, I'm seeing lots of... Punk just taking a moment to walk around and engage that front row. White Wolf said, why do I have a bad feeling that CM Punk's about to be attacked by 10 angry Samoans? Restaurant said, I'm not expecting much. It's 10:23 already. Everything has pretty much been said. Punk has gone over to the commentary table. He's standing on the commentary table. Arms outstretched. I suppose the great thing about Netflix is it doesn't really matter how long we go. I know that they want to keep it 2.5, but it's not like we've got another show about to start, like on TV. So I feel like there's a little more freedom there. Entrances are going to be longer than the Maxxine match, said Shining Wizards. If it wasn't a sing-along, you wouldn't sound so over. Punk is whack, says Bradley. Connor said if Roman loses at Mania, then what will that mean for Roman? Sign in the crowd says only here. I'm only here for Roman. I mean, look, bottom line, there are Punk fans, there are Roman fans. I don't know the percentage. Come on, Punk. We've only got so much time, said let him in. Bit of aura farming from WWE. Roman looks bored. I don't blame him. I mean, that's one hell of a long game. Little dip. Okay, Roman, Punk, face to face. Welcome to my ring. Welcome to my main event. About that. Oof. Oh, that's a great line, isn't it? I'm certainly not going to call you Joe, because that would be insulting to a real Samoan that I love very much. Maybe you should call Joe and he'll remind you who your tribal chief is. It's already amazing. CM Punk said, excuse me for a second, I'll show you whose show this is. Punk gets the crowd fired up. He is so beyond comfortable in that ring. He just controls it all. He is a master at conducting all of this. I mean, you have really got to work hard to get him out of his comfort zone. I don't even know if it's possible. I think it would be. I'm surprised you've not took a swing. I'm in your heads. Okay, we just had loud Punk chants now. The crowd are breaking out into Roman Reigns chants. I love that exchange with about Samoa Joe. That was really good. You'll just say anything. Like you got me in the main event. Phil hasn't main evented anything this year, not even a European tour. Ooh. Say something special. Does feel like there are levels to this, and it does feel like Punk's on a different one. Right message, wrong messenger last week. This is what you cheer for. You're redundant. Why don't you go ask your wife? Okay, Roman goes to walk away. It's been a good verbal exchange, but it certainly feels like it's heating up now. Okay, they both step out of the ring. CM Punk is not letting Roman go. My belt, my show. CM Punk not allowing Roman to leave. Punkamaniacs. He's painting quite a picture, isn't he? This is going to be the last time you main event WrestleMania. OTC fans are just back and forth as to who they're supporting here. Both guys enjoying great support from the crowds. Enough is enough. It's nice. I don't think the better looking thing matters, but ooh, okay, that seems to have got under Punk's skin. You're old. Punk just lashes out at Roman there. Okay. It's interesting because a lot of this exchange has been about how CM Punk says, I know I'm in your heads. But that old line seems to have just really struck a nerve. You're not as fast as me. You're not as strong as me. CM Punk strikes out at Roman. Roman goes down. There's obviously no line here on the same level as the line we had a couple of weeks ago. Who's in whose head now? Yeah, I definitely think that's the narrative WWE wanted to present here. Who's in whose head now? Yeah, I gotta tell you, I mean, I thought there was some lovely stuff that was in there. It doesn't have the big moment at the end that we saw a couple of weeks ago. I'm glad they personally stayed away from, you know, how quickly can we like outgross each other. So I'm sort of glad that we didn't go down the Larry line. I don't think that would have been the right direction, but it was definitely something they could have done. Is the old thing enough for CM Punk to have reacted that way? I mean, maybe if it had been something to do with AJ Lee, I could have understood it better. I just don't. I think I'm struggling to believe that the old criticism would genuinely react in Punk reacting that way. I don't know that the old thing is that big of an issue for Punk. If he'd have spoke about AJ Lee, yeah, no doubt in my mind he would have lashed out in a heartbeat. But the old thing, is that enough? People talked about his wife AJ too many times, said Elijah. That's true. depends what's said, isn't it? It was decent, but it could have been better said, let him in. Roman had little to say, and that was the best he had. They made Punk look bothered, but it wasn't as impactful as that segment 2 weeks ago. I think it was really difficult. I think it was difficult because that line a couple of weeks ago was very controversial. And I don't think we want to, because they're both baby faces, get into a race of outgrossing each other. You know, who can take this feud to its lowest point, you know? But then how do you end this thing with something of significance? If you're not going to go down that road of, you know, trying to outgross each other, then what do you do? So it seems like they're trying to tell a story that the old thing is going to play a part in this feud. The fact that Punk isn't as fast, isn't as quick, isn't as strong. Perhaps they're going to try and paint a picture that Punk knows that his skills are declining, and the reason why it worked was because there is truth to it. And perhaps we're going to try and paint that as the picture. I think Roman and Punk promo was fantastic. I'm going to rate it 8.5. Let's get a poll in for it, shall we? Because we're sat here going, I don't think it was as good as last week. Some of you might be like, no, I really loved it. So let's just get a poll in. Obviously, we need to do the breakdown, and there's a lot to talk about. Breakdown, as per usual, is going to be pretty meaty. It's going to be plenty on the bone. If you read between the lines, AJ is part-time. He is old. Roman is not fazed by him. I worry for Phil come WrestleMania, says Main 4912. Daze Roman in real life is a world-class athlete. CM Punk is a relatively regular guy. I think that's the realism, says Wrestle with Andy. The idea of the segment was Punk is not in Roman's head. It's actually the other way round. Hence why Punk snapped and punched Roman. Go OTC. Punk looks old and washed up. Ha ha, says Christopher. I enjoyed Raw tonight, says Raquel. Yes, I did as well, actually. Daze, Kevin Owens might have been on the phone with Randy. Yeah. Kevin's a good shout, Word Live Scene and Fan. Kevin's a good shout. We know that Kevin and Cody definitely had a feud, a battle at Rumble, just mere month or so before Kevin had to step away. Daze, let's be honest, there's only one man walking out as champ, and that is Roman, said Ross. Matthew said, I got a feeling Punk retains, though. I genuinely don't know which way it goes. I really don't. I don't know which way they're going to go because, we know that Roman doesn't tend to stick around after WrestleMania. So is it a case that we just kind of keep going with CM Punk because Roman's not going to be sticking around? Or is it that we put the belt back on Roman because Roman, when he was champ, was, fantastic for business? So do we just, because business has struggled, do we put the belt back on Roman? But what's the point in putting the belt on Roman if he's not going to be around? I think I might be leaning Punk winning, to be honest. I might be leaning Punk winning because at least Punk's around. And this isn't a criticism of Roman being part-time. I get it. I don't really have an issue with it. But the truth is that with Roman not being around after Mania, we've got shows where we do need a champion. So, yeah, you've got the other belt. You've got the Randy Cody one, but why go Roman when you can just stick with Punk and Punk's around all the time? So it's a tricky one, that. It's a tricky one. This is where I think If you're a Roman fan, you're going to go to bat for Roman. If you're a Punk fan, you're going to go to bat for Punk. But truth is, I like them both. I'm in the middle. I like Punk. I like Roman. I honestly don't mind which way it goes. If they go with Roman, great. Biggest star in the industry. Putting your world title on the biggest star makes a lot of sense, right? Whether he's around or not. He wasn't around all the time during Bloodline, and it worked wonders for the business. Equally, if you go with Punk, makes a lot of sense. Still a massive star. You know, don't know how much longer he's got left in the industry. This run could be the run, you know, for him since his return. So, you know, making it as big as possible would make sense. Him being around makes sense. You can sort of make pros and cons either way that you go, you know. Roman Reigns gets in CM Punk's head. Right, Daze there, trying to avoid having similar promos to the last two, and the first one was godly. This one was good, and it added some extra layers, but they need an angle like the Rock-Cody brawl in the rain, said Big Time. Connor said, Daze, we've got Brock Lesnar returning next Monday. Do we think Oba will come out and do a face-to-face? Oh, yeah. I mean, they're in a feud now, so, yeah, they'll be around each other each week. It would be different if Roman had Paul, but I could see them putting the belt on Roman, said Eric. Venom said, Daze, I don't want to see Roman winning the championship because of being part-time, and he doesn't show up half the time. That's fair. Con FUC said, who said he's not going to be around? He's just not going to be there every week. But I don't think it's going to be like the last 2 years of Roman's career. I think he'll be around more often. I don't know, it's his contract, isn't it? You see, his contract says that he makes so many dates a year. I mean, they could have him around in the summer. Maybe use him more in the summer, less towards the end of the year. My understanding is he is scheduled to do X amount of dates each year, and that's like in the contract. Could they always spend a bit more money to get more dates? Yes. Obviously, there's no word that they've done that, though. So at the moment, kind of have to just operate under the impression that he's just going to honour the contract. So, yeah, I mean, it's true. Listen, you can always sit down and work something out. So could it be that they put the belt on Roman and, you know, get more dates out of him? Yeah, of course. I don't know that that's what's happening, but yeah, there's a possibility of it. Scottish Chris said, Daze, could it have been Orton's dad on the phone? Yes, it could. That was mentioned earlier, actually, because he did say about wrestling as more than one royal family. Scottish Chris, I think you could be onto something there. I think that line connecting to the person on the phone just kind of strengthens the arguments that it is his dad's. Doesn't have to be his dad, of course, because there's still plenty of other people that it could be. We've heard like Kevin Owens being mentioned. There's another name actually that I've seen circulating online that we haven't even mentioned. I'm going to save that for the breakdown. But yeah, it was good. It was a really good show. I did enjoy this episode. Not as good as 2 weeks ago. I don't think we're hitting like 775 levels, but it was good. Okay, let's end this because I do need to get to that. Breakdown. So the promo segment, you lot scored it. Great 57, which strikes me as a very fair score, actually. It's not mind-blowing. There was a healthy amount of people that said it was just good. But yeah, I think that's very fair. That feels fair to me. Okay, let's just get a couple more final comments and then we're going to go. Edward said, Daze, if we look at Cena, he was hardly around. But at every PLE, he was still champ. They could do the same with Roman. Steve said if Roman wins, he's going to leave for a while after Mania. I might be in the minority, but Roman being champ doesn't interest me if he won't be around. I felt the same during his run near the end of the Bloodline. Okay, we're going to finish with this. Mad Madanop said, to be honest, the promo was decent, more than great. And I guess putting the title on Roman would be great for progressing the storyline further instead of just keeping it on Punk and wasting time because the OTC runs them. So we got Punk fans, we got Roman fans, we've got a mini civil war breaking out at the moment. Which, yeah, I mean, this is what WWE want. This is what they knew they were going to get. With this mini, babyface feuds heading into WrestleMania. People are obviously picking their sides. Good. I enjoyed it, and I hope you did as well. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you enjoyed the stream and enjoyed the show. We are going to be back tomorrow for NXT, of course. We're in Houston. It's a bit of a special episode. Booker T Appreciation Night, so that should be good. We'll be back on Friday as well. That's where most of you will see us again. Back on Friday as we continue the fallout to Cody and Orton. And I think we will do AAA this weekend. I'm really looking at that. So should be a good week of wrestling this week. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Hope you had a lot of fun. Appreciate it as always. And I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown. Bye for now.